There we go. And so we will record the meeting and it'll be posted to the website, hopefully within a couple of days. If anyone wants to go back and review anything or if you missed anything. Also, just to be clear, that there will be a lot of discussion and questions today about the data that's being used for the NCOS modeling and BOEM's efforts at using that model. Hey, everyone, please mute yourself if you're not muted. And any of the other moderators, please feel free to mute anyone who is not muted. Thank you. Let's see, where was I? Yeah, so there will be a lot of... All right, mute thyself. Susan or someone, can you please look through and mute anyone that's not?
Done.
Perfect. Yay, thank you. So you will hear a lot of discussion, questions about the subject matter today, and just be aware that as far as sort of formal Pacific Council comments back to BOEM or the other agencies, anything today is, can't be considered official, will be considered informal, even though it comes from the Marine Planning Committee. The process, as I said, is that the committee will then present its, recommendations and summary of the meeting to the council. Once the council endorses that, then those can be considered, sort of formal responses back to the agencies. I'm just going to continue a few sort of housekeeping items here, and then I'll turn it over to our co-chairs, Susan Chambers and Mike Conroy. And let's see here. Oh, I know. For the MPC committee, like I said, this is a meeting of the MPC committee. We do have a public comment opportunity slated for noon today, but we will, for the most part, not be taking, questions or comments from people who are not either the meeting principals or the Marine Planning Committee members themselves. It just gets too clunky. We have too many people on here to allow, an open discussion like that. But we will have the public comment opportunity at noon. The focus should be primarily on the data and the process being used to identify Oregon wind energy areas from the call areas that are in existence now. I realize we will be hitting on some of the broader issues and concerns and, activities regarding offshore wind, but this is not, a sort of an open forum to talk about offshore wind in general on the Pacific coast or anywhere else. We really need to focus our time on the data and the process being used to identify Oregon wind energy areas. Let's see what else here. And right before we get to public comment, I'm going to ask for people to raise their hands so we have an idea of how many commenters there are, and we may have to limit it to 2 or 3 minutes if there's a lot of public comments, just so we can keep the meeting going. And speaking of public comment, there's also an opportunity at the council meeting itself. Every agenda item we have on every council meeting has an opportunity for public comment, both written and verbal. So if you feel like you want to convey to an even broader audience and directly to the council itself, you're welcome to join us on March 9th or for any agenda item during the council meeting and submit public comment. Let's see. And then just for the committee, we'll circle back to this later, but we'll have about 1 week, maybe a teeny bit longer than that, to turn around the report for the advanced March briefing book. So just be prepared to contribute however you will be in a pretty short order. And then my last item that I want to hit before I turn it over to the co-chairs and to BOEM is that we also have another meeting, an MPC meeting, in just a couple of weeks down the road on February 23rd. That meeting is to prepare for the April council meeting and write a report. We're not sure if this will actually even be on the April agenda for the council or not, but it doesn't matter because this committee will convene and will write a report, even if it's just an informational report providing updated, whatever activities and, comment opportunities or whatever. We will be providing that. So we got 2 MPC meetings in short order today, and then again on the 23rd to prepare for the March and then the April Pacific Council meetings. Let me see. I will, as much as possible, keep track of the chat, but I want everyone to please only use that for like technical problems you're having, or if if there's like a link that we're talking about and someone wants to post or some other information, please use it for that. Do not use the chat for side conversations, substantive questions. It's not where comments from the committee members or the public should go, just because it's too much to, keep track of. But please do use it for, sort of technical questions or, like I said, links or other information that you may have. So that's it for my overview. Oh, I'm going to do one more question actually, no, never mind. That's all right. So I think I'll turn it over to Mike Conroy and Susan Chambers, who are our co-chairs for the Marine Planning Committee. And well, I guess, are there any questions about logistics first before I turn it over to them? They're going to walk through the agenda and cover a couple other things. Feel free to raise your hand if they're technical.
Looks like Mike Okoniewski has a question.
Okay, Mike, go ahead.
Just real quick, if somebody wanted to, the timing didn't work or whatever, to testify at the council, they could go through an advisory body also, right? On public comment.
Yeah, that's kind of, I'd say maybe. It depends. But what you do make me remember is that the Marine Planning Committee it was established a year and a half ago, a little over that, by the council specifically to consider and address and respond to fisheries issues related to offshore wind and aquaculture. So the idea is that the members of the committee are most all of them are members of other advisory bodies. And so, Mike is on the Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subcommittee. So the idea is that the other members of that subcommittee and other, constituents from the CPS fisheries should funnel their feedback and comments through Mike so that he can then carry it to this committee. And then this committee can report on that to the full council. So that's a little bit different from what you asked, Mike. But I guess the other thing I would say is that if someone feels like they want to get something out there, they feel free to submit written public comment for the March council meeting. That is that comment window opens fairly soon. It's not open yet, I don't think. But you can watch our webpage for that. So there's plenty of opportunities to submit comments if you're not able to today. I'm not sure if that totally answers your question, Mike.
You didn't, but we can take it up offline.
All right, well, I answered a couple other questions then. Yeah, we can follow up. Any other sort of logistical or technical questions?
Hey, Carrie.
Yeah.
It's Susan. Just to add to that, and for the benefit of the people online, the council will take public comments in person and virtually. So if you cannot attend the council meeting, you can provide public comment virtually. And I think to Mike Okoniewski's question, when the advisory bodies develop their statements related to this agenda item, we try to keep those statements short and to the point because, as Carrie pointed out, we do have representatives from each of those advisory bodies on the Marine Planning Committee. But that is another opportunity where those advisory bodies can, add comment. So maybe that helps.
Yeah, thank you. I don't see any other hands up. So I will turn it over to Mike and Susan. I'm not sure which one of you is going to go first, but why don't you guys take it from here?
Thanks, Carrie. Mike, do you want me to go ahead and get us started?
Roger that.
Okay. We are going to be assigning statement writers as we go through the agenda, or asking for statement writers. So we'll get to that when we get on to the specific subjects. But thank you all for being here today. And we do have a full agenda, so I'll keep this brief. One announcement regarding the Marine Planning Committee. I want to welcome Lila Issei as the new member replacing Yvonne Derenier. Yvonne did not resign from NIMS or anything. She's still around. But we knew that NIMS would be rotating personnel through this position. Lila has been the internal NIMS lead on offshore wind. And so we want to thank Yvonne for all her work up to this point and welcome Lila to the new position. Lila has been coordinating with the NIMS regional offices, headquarters, and the science centers to compile information relating to offshore wind and letters and other important issues surrounding offshore wind planning. One other personnel announcement, we would like to thank Chris Potter with California Department of Fish and Wildlife. He has since retired, and we understand that the department is still looking for a replacement for him on this committee. So those are some brief personnel updates, and
Susan?
we'll keep moving along. I'll turn it over to Mike.
Hey, Susan, I'm going to jump in. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
Late breaking news is, and I just accidentally gave a thumbs up instead of raised my hand. So clearly I need remedial Ring Central lessons. We have Eric Wilkins with CDF&W sitting in for Chris Potter today. So yeah, you're right. They haven't identified a new CDF&W member for the Marine Planning Committee, but we have Eric today. So welcome, Eric. Good to see you again.
Perfect. Eric is also on the Habitat Committee, or was, right?
He was, yeah. He's been he stepped away from that also.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mike.
Are you handing it over to me now, Susan?
Yep. Go ahead. It's all yours.
Wonderful. Thanks. So just piggybacking on what both Carrie and Susan have said, the goals for the day is to learn and understand the data sets that are being used for the spatial suitability model, identify any questions, missing data, etc. Then discuss these topics and try to come to general consensus about what we would like to convey to the council. Also want to make note of a couple of other items which are worthy of mentioning. Two of these came out after the agenda for this meeting was posted. On Monday, BOEM publishes proposed renewable energy modernization rule with a public comment deadline of March 31st. Throw a link to that in the chat here shortly. And then on Tuesday, the Department of Interior published a final rule where it transferred regulations governing offshore renewable energy activities from BOEM to the Bureau of Safety and Environmental Enforcement. This rulemaking does not appear to make substantive changes to the current regulatory requirements, nor does it impose additional regulatory burdens. BOEM's regulatory authority will continue to cover siting, leasing activities, review of COPS, site assessment plans, and general activity plans, and NEPA review. And while this predated publication of the agenda, I think it's worth noting that the Council of Environmental Quality, CEQ, published interim guidance to assist agencies in analyzing greenhouse gas and climate change effects of their proposed actions under NEPA. The comment deadline for this is March 10th, and I'll throw links to all three of those in the chat here. Now, just in terms of walking through the agenda, starting 3 minutes ago, we're going to get an update from BOEM on recent and upcoming activities along the West Coast. Then shortly after that, we will get a presentation from James at NCOS, BOEM, NIMS, and ODF&W about the offshore wind suitability modeling and the data sets being used to inform that. After that, we will take public comment from 12 to 12:30, then go away for lunch for half an hour, and then come back and have additional questions, answers, and discussions amongst the MPC and those presenters. Then after that, we'll get some state-by-state updates from MPC members about activities that are going on within their states. At 2:30, we're anticipating Diane Wyndham from NOAA's aquaculture realm to come and give us an update on the aquaculture opportunity area of Southern California. And then last, but certainly not least, we will be having a discussion internally with MPC members about the report for the March council meeting and wrapping things up. As noted earlier, as Carrie said, we're still looking for volunteers to take on roles of being rapporteurs and sort of guiding the draft of the portion of the report that will be submitted to the briefing book. Carrie voluntold me to take up the AOA thing, and I graciously accepted that. I assume that in our state-by-state updates, the individuals from each state can write a paragraph or two about those activities as we discussed during agenda item D. So that still leaves us with item C and item B, for which we will graciously accept volunteers should anybody want to fall on the sword to do that. Oh, and I'll speak at once. And while you're all racing to raise your hands in the lovely Ring Central platform, I will remind you that the public comment portal for the March meeting is live now. A link is in the chat. And Carrie, I'm going to call upon you to use your powers of voluntelling to help out here with the rapporteur items for BNC.
Hey, Mike, we may also want to remind people that in order to raise their hand, it's under reactions down on the toolbar. So that if you want to raise your hand, look to the reactions, and by all means, raise your hand and volunteer.
Yeah, thank you. And, I think we can also divide and conquer that a little bit. We have a couple of different sort of pieces to that. One is, the overall spatial suitability modeling and, the model itself. The other will be about the data and the data sets that are being used. So, you might think about sort of categorizing that. Another section or another, part of today's agenda will be on the use of VMS for establishing, effort and tracks and things like that. So if one of those is something that you think you could pay attention to and write up some text, there's that opportunity. But I'm happy to make assignments too.
That's what you're going to have to do, Carrie.
Lila's hand.
Yep.
Hey, I'm thinking I could probably write some notes about, the part that we're presenting, that NIMS and ODFW are presenting. And as far as the questions, though, I probably need help with that part of it. But in terms of what we're presenting, I could write something about that.
Thank you, Lila. I'd be happy to help you with that also, as I'm sure Mike and Susan would. Mike Okoneski, I'm going to look to you as one of our primary fisheries representative. Would you be willing to work with me and Mike Conroy and Susan on any comments on the VMS information or presentation?
If I had a preference, it would be suitability, and I'll give it my best shot.
The end cost model itself. Okay. Well, I think that's good. I mean, there might not be a whole lot on that right now since this meeting is focused on the data, but okay, I'll put you down for.
Well, either one of those could work.
Okay.
But I am pretty jammed up going into this meeting, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Just one quick question is, you talked about the modernization. I take it that will not be on anything we're going to write about. I didn't hear it mentioned, but is that, I mean, there's not anything out there really too much that we've discussed or anything, and it doesn't sound like we're going to, so I would assume it's not going to be written about as far as the report goes.
Mike, Conroy, what do you think?
Yeah, so to that question, Mike, you're talking about the BOEM proposed rule that published on Monday about the modernizing renewable energy regulations.
Yes, it's the one you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I think we had discussed the possibility of, I don't know that anybody's read it yet, given its length and the fact that it was just published. I know that I have that on my list of things to do. And I think what we were planning to do is read through it. And then if we thought it was something that the council should weigh in on, we can ask the council during its March meeting to kind of authorize a QR response. And I'm sure that if and or when we come to making that suggestion, we will clear that and run that through the MPC prior to bringing that to the council.
Possibly at the 23rd meeting.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think that we would have to have those internal discussions before then, right?
Yeah, I'd say this is pretty hot off the presses, so we would want to at least make mention of it in this committee's report that's going to be due in about a week. So at least we can alert, the council to it, and then in the interim, we can do some more thinking about, there's a lot of text in the rule to read through, and so in the interim leading up to the March meeting, we can think a little bit more about maybe what the council might want it on or not. So, but I would put it on their radar screen for the March meeting, not wait till April.
Okay, and then Carrie, if you want, you can put me down for either the data or the suitability, and I'll be glad to work with you guys on that.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, excuse me. I don't see any more hands up, so I would like to.
Jerry,
Delia had her hand up.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Delia. Sorry.
I thought I got away with it. You caught me, Susan. I was gonna offer to contribute to. I think you're looking for people for B and C, so I could contribute to what I hear. But since I've been so involved in planning for this presentation, I would need somebody else from the MPC to confirm that that's what the group heard. So I can participate in that, though.
Awesome. Thank you.
And Carrie, I see Arlene came off mute, and I'm wondering if she has something she wanted to add or just came off mute. Oh, never mind. She went back on mute. So I'm going to shut up now.
Yeah, thanks. And we will try to keep it to Marine Planning Committee members until public comment. But, obviously if there's something sort of critical or important, then we can turn to that.
Oh, wow.
Right next to the brewery.
Okay, I muted iPad, whoever that is. All right. I don't see any hands up. Anyone else? All right, then let's turn it over to Nessie Sumai with the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. She's going to give a general overview of BOEM activities and upcoming information and introduce some of the other folks that are with us today. So Nessie, why don't you go ahead?
Great. Thank you, Carrie. Confirming you can hear me.
Yep, we sure can.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. As Gary said, my name is Nessie Sumai. I'm the Regional Supervisor of the Office of Strategic Resources for BOEM's Pacific Region. So first, just thank you for this opportunity to provide general updates and also later on to do a deeper dive on the marine spatial modeling efforts that we are conducting to inform Oregon offshore wind planning. So in addition to our presenters, there are several members of the BOEM staff that are participating in this webinar. Doug Bourne, our regional director, will try to join later today. He's got a couple meetings he can't reschedule. And so, hopefully we will be able to answer any questions that might come up. We will at least try. But I do want to introduce the newest member of our team, Ingrid Bidron. Ingrid has recently joined the Pacific region. You'll be seeing a lot more of her in her role, particularly with regards to fishing engagement. We just want to ensure that there's consistency in our understanding of the issues in all of the states. So Ingrid will always be a part of that conversation. And so I just want to invite Ingrid so you can hear her voice to say a few things about her. And then I also asked her to provide a couple updates that the committee had questions on. Ingrid, do you want to take a few minutes?
Great. Thank you, Nessie. Hi, everyone. I'm Ingrid Biedron, and I'm happy to be here today. Just a little bit of background about me. I came to BOEM from NOAA Fisheries, and I was most recently working in Honolulu for NIMS at the Pacific Islands Fisheries Science Center. And I've enjoyed working with several of the other councils. I've worked with Mid-Atlantic, New England, and Western Pacific Fishery Management Councils for several years during both my graduate work and my time with NOAA. And I'm really excited to be in this role and look forward to working with you all. And before I turn it back over to Nessie, I'd like to provide a couple of updates, as she mentioned, on some questions we recently received from the council. So for the first question, we were asked, what is the status of the National Academy of Sciences Standing Committee on Offshore Wind Energy and Fisheries? Are there any updates? So I checked with headquarters on the status of this new standing committee, and as you probably know, the nomination period has closed and the nominees are being reviewed now, and they said we should have an update soon regarding who the selected members are and when they're first planning to meet. So after I am finished, I'll share a link where you can watch their website for updates. And then the second question was the following question. I'll read it for those of you who aren't aware. The question was regarding NOS's, or the National Ocean Services Oregon Opinion Attitude Survey, which had a public comment deadline of the 26th. How will the results of the survey be utilized, and what is the timeline for incorporating those into the planning process? So we wanted to clarify that this survey and this project is separate from the NCOS modeling effort. And the next step is to release a survey with NOAA later this year. And the results of the survey will be used to inform stakeholder engagement and add to what BOEM knows about the social values related to offshore wind. And this is unlikely to affect the wind energy area identification and early offshore wind leasing, but it may affect future iterations of leasing. And that's because the deliverable for this project extends into FY25. However, we want you to know that BOEM will consider all the available information that we have at the time of decision-making regarding the wind energy area identification. And this survey is only one of the avenues that we're using to gather information. We've done significant outreach and received stakeholder input through many other channels. And also later on, I'll share some more links if you want to read more details about this. And that's it for me. I'll turn it back over to Nessie for the rest of her updates. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ingrid. So I'll just begin with California, just to catch up everyone on what's happened since I think the last time we gave an update. So as you all know, the lease sale was held on December 6th and 7th, and we had 5 provisional winners. The total bids are $757 million. The winners are RW Offshore Wind Holdings LLC, California North Floating LLC, Equinor Wind US LLC, Central California Offshore Wind, and Invenergy California Offshore LLC. And so the actual names and more information are posted on our website. So the lease sale, according to our regulation, is followed by a 30-day antitrust review by the Department of Justice. So that antitrust review is expired and no objections or comments were reported. So we're clear on that, that requirement. But note that the 5 leases have not yet been issued to the provisional winners. And so the lease requirements are not yet in effect. And this is due to the timing requirements of the Inflation Reduction Act. It's a bit in the weeds, but I think the committee wanted to get an understanding on the implications of the Inflation Reduction Act, or I'll call IRA, on lease issuance. So the IRA directs that BOEM may not issue a lease for offshore wind development unless BOEM has held an oil and gas lease sale of at least 60 million acres in the previous year. So in accordance with the IRA, BOEM will issue the California leases following the next BOEM oil and gas lease sale. And the next BOEM oil and gas lease sale is lease sale 259 in the Gulf of Mexico, which the IRA also directs must be held no later than March 31st, 2023. So BOEM will send the provisional winner of the California lease their lease copies for execution within 10 business days of lease sale 259. And BOEM will execute the California wind leases as soon as possible after BOEM consummates the lease sale 259. And then the lessees have complied with all the requirements for lease execution, such as returning the executed copies, payment of the balance of their bonus bid, financial assurance. So where we are right now is that we're trying to schedule our meet and greet with our winners. Our provisional winners, we haven't talked to them, just trying to understand their plans, trying to understand ways of contact. I know, some folks have reached out to us as to, who do we talk to? And so we're trying to clarify that. And, once we know if those people are, if anyone's interested, I think the companies wouldn't mind sharing the contact information. So we're going to have those introductory meetings in the next 2 to 3 weeks, hopefully. And I think the next steps will be that, the lessees their immediate step once they have full compliance with the lease is to put together their communication plans. Recall that the lease has stipulations in which the lessee must establish various communication plans, which will inform their any actions that they're trying to do with the lease, such as a fisheries communication plan, a Native American tribal communication plan, and agency communication plan. So I expect that those will be, they will be reaching out to folks soon. The next one, I think there were some questions still about Washington. So BOEM has received those 2 unsolicited lease requests. And under our regulation, we have to determine if there's competitive interest when we get an unsolicited lease request. So BOEM may issue a public notice of a request for interest similar to the process that's put in place in May to determine if there's competitive interest. However, we have not made any decisions on the processing of the unsolicited lease request applications off of Washington. So, I really don't have anything new to report on Washington than what I've said before. The next couple of things that Mike mentioned, the modernization rule. So on January 12th, we did publish a pre-publication copy, but the proposed rule was published in the Federal Register on January 29th. And it's a 60-day comment period that ends on March 31st, 2023. I know it's a lot of material. There is a fairly good summary in the beginning of the key components. So I don't know in writing if that would be helpful to the committee. But there is a nice summary there as well. So comment period there ends, like I said, March 31st, 2023. Also, on January 17th, the Department of Interior and the split of responsibilities, as Mike mentioned. And then the final rule was published on January 31st as well. And I also want to just note, I think most of you are aware, that on January 10th, the Department of Interior announced that Elizabeth, or Liz Klein, has been named as a director of BOEM. She succeeds Amanda Lefton, who served as the first BOEM director in this current administration. If you want to know a little bit more about Liz, her information is also, the press release is posted on our website as well. Something that's not really directly related to our leasing, but is still relevant in the offshore wind energy space, is that on February 22 and 23, the Departments of Energy, Interior, Commerce, and Transportation will virtually convene an offshore wind energy stake shot to discuss the floating offshore wind shot. And there are several pillars or goals of the wind shot, but the most significant is that it has an ambitious initiative to cut the cost of floating offshore wind by over 70% by 2035. So that's a free webinar that you can join if you're interested. And the registration is on the DOE website. And I know there's a bunch of links, and I will endeavor to put all the links that I've mentioned on the chat when I'm done here. So feel free to join that webinar if you're interested. So today, we're back, and thank you for allowing us this opportunity to bring you updated on the data that is available for us to continue the marine spatial planning efforts. Recall that in April, we published a call. It seems like almost a year ago. So we did publish a call in April, and we received comments. And so the next phase is to identify potential wind energy areas offshore Oregon. And also recall that in September, BOEM announced that we are collaborating with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, we all know as NOAA, with NCOS. And for those who don't know, that's the National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science, to employ a spatial model to help us to identify the best areas for wind energy sites in the Gulf of Mexico, Central Atlantic, Gulf of Maine, and in the Pacific offshore Oregon. And so that's a tool that will help us to identify potential wind energy areas. And that's really the information that we're presenting today. And also, I just want to appreciate efforts that's put forward by our colleagues from NIMS, and also in Oregon's Department of Fish and Wildlife, in collaborating with gathering the fishing data that they will share today, and we plan to use for our modeling efforts. Part of the presentation, you've all heard us present on VMS data. And so Frank will come in and present the most recent data that we have, and then he'll kind of show how that compares with the NIMS data. So our goal today is just that, we hope to get from you your inputs and comments on the fishing data that will be presented today. As Mike said, that's really the goal, is that we're sharing with you what we have, and we want to hear your comments and inputs. We'll continue to then work on the other inputs other than fishing in the model, and continue the modeling using the NIMS ODFW data on fishing. Although we hope to get an indication of comments and concerns today, we recognize that MPC will likely have a report to provide to the council in March, and they might have some recommendations for PFMC in the March meeting. So we look forward to those comments, and we'll take them into consideration. So just quickly, and Frank will also stress the next steps, but when we're complete with our modeling, we plan to come back to you again to bring the results of our modeling efforts and show potential draft wind energy areas. And then there is going to be a comment period on the draft areas. And that publication will also include a draft report on the modeling efforts. So the report's going to provide the background, methods, results of the modeling effort. So you will also see that draft when we actually have draft wind energy areas. So I think I'll stop there and turn it over to our presenters. I believe beginning with James.
Hey, Nessie, can I just ask a follow-up question?
Sure.
do you have, is the timeline for announcing the draft wind energy areas, which I believe we heard last year was going to be end of March, beginning of May, beginning of April, I'm sorry. Is that still the anticipated timeline?
No, I mean, I think, we're just taking it as we are, we're moving through this process. Recall, I mean, we had the call in April, and back then we had a projection, right? We slowed down, we did the end cost modeling. So we're just going through the process. I have no date for you, right now on when we expect the publication of the draft wind energy area.
Okay, thanks. And then I see Miko's got his hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Nessie, for that. Is it possible, I was writing everything I could, but you had a long list there, and I'm just curious if you could send that to Carrie or the group here on the MPC to kind of share that from your written hand, I guess, so that we could make sure we got all those things covered. Is that possible?
Yeah, I'm not, is there a specific, some of it's written, some of it I sort of just kind of, so what, is there a specific area that you would like for me to send? Or?
I don't want to have to go through that. If you can do the list, that's great. If not, we'll cobble it together as we go like we normally do.
I'll see what I can do. And I'll also include the links in context with what I said.
I greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure.
And Mike, I'll just remind you, this meeting is being recorded. So once that recording is posted, we can always go back and listen and get the specific information you're looking for.
Yeah,
Yeah, I just don't write as fast as the recording goes, or Nessie for that matter.
Let me jump in. We also have a notes page for the committee itself, and Susan is madly writing lots of notes. So she is capturing pretty much everything that Nessie has said.
Okay, that works. Thank you.
So I think we're in good shape.
And so is Mike. Mike's adding a lot to it as well, Mike Conroy. So I do think we have a good record of what's been discussed so far, and we'll continue to do that and can share that with the Marine Planning Committee afterward.
And I'm, reach out if there's a clarification that we need to provide. I can do that too. I'm accessible. Okay.
So I think I got it covered. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we are ready for our presentation. I think I said James, but I think Frank has a couple of introductory slides.
Correct. I have a couple introductory slides. Can I just share? Or does something need to be handed to me?
You should be able to share.
All right.
And Carrie, my sharing is locked, so if you don't want to turn me on while Frank's pulling his up.
Will do if I missed that. Sorry, James.
All right, so you can hear me and you're seeing my slides?
Sure can.
All right, great. So I'll be quick here. I'm just a little introduction to this. So our objectives today, today's meeting is focused on fishing data. It's all about the data and where it came from, how was it created, what are we using it for? So we'll provide, some information about the data and the modeling, and then we're looking to receive your feedback about, this data and the modeling. And specifically, something from the last time we were here, BOEM was asked to return and share. Our VMS data back then was up to 2017. Now we have it up through 2021. So we will just share some of those results. Our presentations today, we're going to start with INCOS, so with James, talking about the suitability modeling. We know a lot of you have heard it before, but it's always good to hear it again. We'd rather you heard it one too many instead of never heard it. So, and it's just always good to get a refresher. Then the folks from NIMS and ODF and W, they'll be a good part of the time here talking about the data sets they have created for this. It's straight up, it's a pretty impressive effort. So we're glad to have it, and they will present that, and I will show you briefly the new VMS data and kind of how it compares in contrast with the fisheries data sets from the NIMS, ODF, and W crew. I missed just one more slide telling you, okay, the fisheries data sets that's coming from the NMFS and ODFW crew, those are the data sets we plan to use in the modeling. That we have every intention of using their data sets in that. We've always been creating the VMS data sets. We needed them, but we've got theirs now. So we'll have the VMS data sets to as a confirmation, as another way to look at fishing data. But for the model runs, we're looking at the NMFS, ODF, and W data. Plan is to have both data available soon on Oral Wind Map. The VMS may take a little longer. The present VMS is already there, but we're looking to replace it. That may take a little while. I don't know exactly when, but with any luck, the NMFS and ODFW data will be there soon. And just a reminder of where we are in the process, kind of a simplified version here of, right, we started with a planning area, basically whole Oregon coast from 3 nautical miles out to 1,300 meters. We got down to 2 call areas, the Coos Bay call area and the Brookings call area. Now we're looking to develop draft wind energy areas inside of there. This is new, developing the draft wind energy areas and going out for comment, but working with the modeling is a major part of it. Ultimately, we'll come out with the draft wind energy areas. They'll go out for comment along with a report from about the modeling and how it was done and what went into it and everything there. From there, as you see in our boxes here, you can always get smaller, you can never get bigger. So from the wind energy areas, we will be looking to find lease areas. And constraints, there's a lot of modeling words in our world now, and in GIS and in everything, words can mean different things to different people. So constraint, so for our modeling, a constraint is an area completely restricted from offshore wind development. And in our case, we've got 2 that were, they weren't there when we created the call areas, but now they're there. There's a DoD exclusion zone that you can see the solid red one in that map. Then there's also PAC-PARS, right, the Pacific Port Access Route Study. And that's coming from the Coast Guard for vessel traffic lanes. And there was one, hopefully you can see my cursor, there was a little lane up here. We're in discussion with the Coast Guard about that one. So we're not keeping it as a constraint. So that one is out of there. So we started with the 2 call areas with a little over 1 million acres. And after the constraint, it's about 500,000 acres is where we are now. And with that, I will turn it over to James.
All righty. Gary, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you and we see your screen.
Great. Let me know if I think it's background noise happening. Let me know if it gets too much and I'll move. So hi, everyone. Great to be here. I hope that I'm going to go pretty quickly here. I know a number of you have seen this information before, but we're going to just present it as a bit of a refresher just to recall what we're doing and where we're headed here. My name is James Morris. I work in NOAA's National Ocean Service in the National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science. And we have this Marine Spatial Ecology Division, and we're working to provide some support to BOEM and to others for identifying where the most suitable areas are for moving forward with wind energy development around the nation. I'll talk a bit more about that. But first, just to kind of calibrate everyone, is that we're working to consider the whole ecosystem. When we talk a lot about fisheries today, we got it, but this modeling effort is really focused on trying to bring all the data that we can possibly gather that is deemed to be relevant to the decision process under one umbrella into a spatial model, be able to sort through all that data, be able to look at areas of the ocean and their characteristics and overall suitability. We've done this before. We developed wind energy area models for the Gulf of Mexico and the Central Atlantic. Those are out in the public space now. You can see those models. You can look at those data that are included in those models. You can look at the modeling methods that was used to identify those areas. Before that, we also built spatial models for the Southern California Bight and the Gulf of Mexico. Some of you participated in that process. And Diane Wyndham will be talking more about that later today in terms of how the AOA process is moving forward. We've done models at local scales for siting specific things. And we've also done models at the regional ocean scale as well. So you can think about sort of the scale of spatial models. For wind energy, we have about working in 3 regions right now, the East Coast, Gulf of Mexico, and the West Coast. We're working at various phases of the wind development process and providing spatial planning support, both in terms of siting of call areas as well as wind energy areas, and also cable routing suitability models as well. The focus of all these efforts is to work to understand the whole ocean ecosystem and to bring that into a spatial model that we can use that spatial model to help us learn more about the ocean. What I mean by learning more about the ocean is working to build essentially a heat map that gives us a holistic view of where the hotspots of opportunity or conflict are. And generally that's the heat map. A heat map is one of the later products of this process, but the goal is to be able to build that heat map. And here's an example you see here on the screen. The red, generally with these, the red areas that have the highest conflict, and your cooler colors, your greens and blues, are areas that are assigned to have the lowest conflict. To build that, we will basically divide the ocean into, we like 10-acre grid cells, and our goal is to calculate a suitability score for every 10 acres. Now, once we have that suitability score across all that ecosystem, whole ecosystem data, we then can assign it a color ramp and begin to explore that study area in terms of relative suitability. So I want to share with you how exactly we calculate the suitability score for each grid cell. There are 2 types of continuous data, of spatial data: categorical data and continuous data. We're going to be showing you a lot of data today, a lot of continuous data as it relates to fishing traffic and fishing effort. When it comes to vessel traffic, you have the amount of vessels in a grid cell. A 10-acre grid cell can go from 0 ships going through there or 1 million ships going through there. That's an example of continuous data. A lot of fishing data is continuous spatial data as well. The other type is categorical data, and that's data in which is more presence absence. There's either a conflict there or there's not a conflict. The way that we handle categorical data is that we'll work and we'll look at that data and we'll ask ourselves, how is that data in terms of its compatibility with wind energy development? What do we know about that data layer in terms of the level of conflict that it has? And we'll work to score each data layer somewhere on a scale between 0 and 1, where 0 meaning it's highly incompatible and 1 being it's closer to being compatible. And you can imagine that table you see there on the left goes hundreds of data layers long, and we'll work to assess the compatibility level. Now, we work to keep that pretty simple. We're looking for sort of obvious answers there. We look for authoritative data. We look for into regulations and those kinds of things. For example, a shipping lane highly incompatible with wind energy development, there would be major issues there in terms of conflict. That would be closer to a 0 or a 0 score. Whereas something like an artificial reef may be best to avoid it, but it might be possible to be co-located with an artificial reef. We would work with subject matter experts on all these data layers to make those determinations. Those determinations in terms of scores and scoring approaches are developed in collaboration between BOEM, NOAA, and all of the subject matter experts that are experts in that data. So today we're meeting with you and we'll have an exchange here in which you're the experts and you're going to provide us more information about the data that's going to be discussed today. Continuous data, as I mentioned before, fishing data, vessel traffic data, a lot of that fits into continuous data category. Those data would generally fit a curve where we'll fit the data to the 0 to 1 scale, where the highest amount of activity gets the lowest possible score in terms of suitability, and the lowest amount of activity will get the higher suitability score. And that way, every single grid cell has an opportunity to be influenced by both continuous and categorical data, and the overall mean score will be identified there. So how do we put the model together? This slide shows you on the left-hand side where we have data, and we get data from everywhere. We're working with subject matter experts across the whole ocean ecosystem and asking them where's the best data for this particular study area, and we work to understand that data and bring it into our geodatabase so we can work with it. We'll then organize the data into a suitability model. And here you see a general breakdown of the categories of information. There are, at this point, we will ask the question, are we going to move forward with equal weighted submodels? Are we going to weight submodels differently? We generally work with equally weighted submodels because that's a simpler approach, and these are some of the categories that we have used in the past to organize data into those different submodels. We can create submodel, we can calculate in suitability across specific submodels, and we can look at the ocean, look at the study area based on just what's happening with industry or fisheries or wind or natural resources. And then also we can calculate the mean score across all the submodels or among all the submodels, and that gives us our final cumulative suitability score for every grid cell. And I'm on the right-hand side of the screen now, and that gives us our ability to build the heat map there and understand that. Now, this process is iterative. Obviously, we'll run many different models as a way of exploring and understanding the ocean and the drivers that are affecting suitability, and the different weights and scores associated with that. So it's as much of an exploratory process to help us understand the ocean as it is to be able to build a model that helps us identify the most suitable areas. So today we're talking about a lot about fisheries data. Just to put this in context, we have about over 400 data layers in the geodatabase that we're maintaining for the Oregon call area spatial modeling process, and we're going to be kind of focusing mostly on fishing data today. And so I'll stop there and turn it back over to Karen.
I think we're turning it over to Lila.
Hi, can you hear me? This is Lila.
We can. Thanks, Lila. And thanks, James.
Great. Well, on behalf of the NIMS and ODFW team presenting today, I want to thank BOEM and NCOS and the MPC for giving us the opportunity to present our joint NIMS and ODFW analysis and recommendations for BOEM's Oregon spatial model. Again, this is just focused on the fisheries layers. So I'd like to introduce the teams involved from both our agencies. So for the NIMS team, we have Kelly Andrews and Blake Feist, who are from our Northwest Fisheries Science Center. And both of them are on our integrated ecosystem assessment team. And myself from the NIMS West Coast Regional Office. From Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife Marine Resources Program, Justin Ainsworth, Karen Braby, Delia Kelly, and Jessica Watson. Most of these names you probably recognize. So we were the team that did the bulk of this analysis, and Kelly and Karen will be providing an overview of our analysis and recommendations for the fisheries submodel. Remember, James said there were about 6 submodels in the overall model. And so again, we're just focused on the fisheries submodel today and with our analysis. So this was just for the fisheries within the 2 call areas, and it does not consider fishing outside of them or in any potential cable corridors to shore. We had a very short time in which to develop this, so that was a challenge. And our primary goal was to provide fisheries data that we felt would best represent the fisheries operating in the call areas. And we felt this was effort and revenue data would be the best to represent these, the fishing effort and the fishing activity in the call areas. And this is consistent with comments that we and the council provided in other prior comments about offshore wind energy siting. And a note to say that NIMS and BOEM are working with the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission and the states of Oregon, Washington, and California on a project called the Pacific Fisheries Effort Mapping Project, or PACFEM for short. And it will be a publicly accessible spatial tool with fisheries effort and revenue data to inform future marine spatial planning. But this project was not yet available for this effort because it's still in development, and the aim for that is to be ready at the end of this year. So the short time that we had to work on this analysis really affected the fisheries that we could include and the data that we could acquire in that time, and also consideration of other factors such as social vulnerability indicators, among others. We were also given the opportunity to provide options for BOEM's consideration for constraints or weighted layers in the fisheries submodel. Again, the time limitations made this challenging, but we did provide some options for BOEM's consideration that we'll cover today. So Kelly is going to walk us through the fisheries that were included, the data and methods. And then Karin will cover the scenarios that we provided to BOEM to consider factors such as fisheries operational flexibility and or spatial distribution of target species. We're really happy to have this opportunity to share these with you today and hear your feedback and questions. Again, BOEM is the decision maker here in driving the process. So, we, NIMS and ODFW, don't know how the feedback today will be used, but nevertheless, we're very interested in hearing your feedback because it can inform our approach on future steps and similar future efforts, as well as potentially on this model today. So with that, I will turn it over to Kelly.
All right, great. Thanks a lot, Lila. I'm going to assume everyone can hear me right now. I just want to thank the co-chairs and the committee members. As Lila mentioned, today I'm going to walk us through the data and methods and a lot of maps that we use to develop what we are calling a ranked importance metric that we're really hoping and think can help inform the spatial modeling that James just walked us through, and really to better represent the space that all of the fisheries that operate in and around these two call areas are using, and the space that they need in the ocean to reasonably operate. The outline of what I'm going to go through here, we're going to go through and talk about which metrics can best characterize those spatial footprints of the fisheries, which fisheries we were able to access data for that can accurately represent these fisheries. And then I'm going to talk quite a bit about a lot of preliminary exploration that we had in dealing with the data. Then I'll get into how we created that ranked importance metric. It's a combination of effort and revenue data. And then I'll get into maps of each of the 9 fisheries that we were able to include in this process. And I will end with a combined fisheries layer. So if these data are used in the spatial model, what we think that final combined fisheries layer would look like. Okay, so what data can we provide? Sort of that first question that we had was which metrics of fisheries would best characterize, the space needed out there in the ocean. And, based on the time that we had, we were pretty fortunate that a couple of us were already working on a couple projects where we had information on fishing effort. And I think you can see my cursor. That was working on fishing effort. And some of you might be aware of the California Current Integrated Ecosystem Status Reports that we present to the council every March. This is effort of bottom trawl fishing effort across the coast. And here I'm zoomed in on the Oregon call areas. So we had a lot of fishing effort data already. And then my colleague Blake Feist has been working on sort of an economic analysis looking at the revenue generated by top fisheries across the entire coast. And so this project allowed us to, have a lot of revenue data easily accessible and coded, and it saved us a lot of time and allowed us to get this into the process. Next, was okay, which fisheries do we have this effort and revenue data for that we can, accurately represent each of these West Coast fisheries? And we considered, quite a few, probably 11 were formally considered, and we decided we could include 9 of those. There were some that we could not include, such as salmon and halibut, basically due to, limitations on spatial information of effort and revenue for those fisheries, and also just time constraints as far as getting access to those data sets. For CPS, particularly market squid, a lot of those fisheries operate closer to shore, so they don't have overlap with the call areas. And then we also didn't include recreational fisheries, with one exception for albacore charter. The information available for most recreational fisheries is at really, really big spatial scales that isn't necessarily useful for this finer scale spatial modeling. So the 9 fisheries that we were able to incorporate here are shown on this screen here, and along with the years of data that we were able to gather. So we see 2 different hake sectors at the top of the screen, at-sea hake and shoreside hake. And for everything that you see today, the at-sea hake fishery includes both the mothership sector and the catcher processor sector. All of the revenue data that you see in green, all of that data is going to be from 2011 to 2020, while the effort layers, which are in yellow here, vary across fisheries, and that was basically due to, which data sets we had access to in the time that we had. So at-sea hake, shoreside hake, groundfish bottom trawl fishery, groundfish fixed gear using pots as fishery, groundfish fixed gear using long lines, and then the 2 state fisheries, pink shrimp and Dungeness crab, and then 2 albacore fisheries, commercial and charter. And you'll see sort of these data sources on the individual maps as I get into them later, but most of the data come from state and federal logbooks or the at-sea hake observer program database. And then for all the revenue, those fishing events are matched to PacFin fish ticket data from the state fish tickets. Okay, so now we have data in hand. What do these data look like? So for all of the methods that I'm going to run through here pretty in depth, I'm going to be showing maps, and I'm going to be using the at-sea hake fishery as an example here, but the methods that I'm going to go through apply to each of the individual fisheries. So these maps summarize data across 2 by 2 kilometer grid cells. So these grid cells are a little different size than what James mentioned, the 10 acre grid cells, I believe. But this gives you a pretty good idea of what, you know, it would look like in NCOS's model as well. Grid cells that are not colored here mostly are going to be areas where we do not have data for, so where the fishery doesn't operate. But there is also going to be some limitations here on confidential information. So confidential data grid cells are not shown here as well. So there's a couple competing ideas there where we can't show all of the information in this public setting. So here is the raw data for at-sea hake, and this is looking at effort. And in this case, we're measuring effort as the number of hours trawled. And I'm sure the first thing that, you know, sort of pops out to everyone's eye are, you know, there's a couple of red grid cells, a handful of orange and yellow grid cells, and then a lot of light blue and dark blue grid cells. And if we look at the distribution of that and sort of categorize, you know, the number of grid cells across the number of hours fished, we can really see that, you know, there's really only a handful of grid cells with really high effort in this fishery, in that upper, you know, pretty much across the entire top half of the distribution. And so that really got us thinking about what is this data going to look like once it gets through those modeling and transformation steps that James spoke about a little bit earlier. And if we use those methods and calculate those suitability scores for wind energy, so in this case, a 1 is, you know, suitable, more suitable for wind energy, and scores closer to 0 are less suitable. For this particular fishery, you know, only 11 of over 1,200 grid cells had values less than 0.7. And that to us really seemed like it was an underestimate of the amount of space that this fishery has been using and, you know, will continue to need over time. And so these few, you know, these very few really high values appear to de-emphasize the amount of space used by this fishery. And so that got us, you know, thinking about how to deal with this highly skewed data set. And for most of you, you know, most of you are aware of council processes and stock assessments and understand that, you know, transformations of data are really common in fishery science. And so we started looking at various ways to transform this data, and that led us to a ranked transformation of both effort and revenue data, because across all of these fisheries, we saw very similar patterns where there was a few really high effort or revenue grid cells, and then the bulk of the grid cells, you know, were in that lower half of the distribution. So we ranked transformed the data, and this is sort of the first step in our methods. And this is where you can see a really big shift in the color ramp going from the raw data to the ranked data. And what I mean by ranked is very easy. We start with the highest value for effort, and that gets the highest ranking. In this case, it's, you know, number 1,201. And then we just go in order of relative importance for each grid cell all the way down to 0. This creates a very uniform distribution. So we have the same number of grid cells across each of these colors. So, you know, there's the same number of red grid cells as there are dark blue grid cells. And if we further, you know, do the same thing that we did with that raw data and look at, you know, what is this data going to look like as a suitability score once it gets through the NCOS model, we can see a much more expansive number of grid cells that are, you know, sort of in these lower areas that are going to be more representative of the amount of space needed for this fishery. Okay, so that's sort of the big picture idea here, is to rank these data. And now the second step is to figure out how best to use both effort and revenue data. Both of these metrics are, pretty well correlated, but there are definitely some important outliers. And what I mean by outliers is that, a grid cell with a certain amount of effort, you might expect, a certain amount of revenue, but in actuality, it's way higher than you would expect. And so we really didn't want to lose the importance of, those grid cells that were either really high for one of these metrics and low for the other, or vice versa. So how can we make sure to keep, the most important metric in this process? And so we developed some methods to combine effort and revenue in a way to keep, the most important metric. And so we start by ranking, which I just showed you. And the next step is to normalize each of the metrics, which is effort and revenue, between 0 and 1. And we normalize the data so that we can smash effort and revenue together with the same units. And when you normalize the data, it removes the units. So it's just values between 0 and 1. And then how do we combine the metrics? So I'm going to walk you through these steps right now. And I'm going to do this at 2 different spatial sort of scales. So right now we're zoomed in on 4 grid cells at the southern end of the Coos Bay call area. And you can see the level of fishing effort, again here for the at-sea whiting fishery. And you can see, in this lower right-hand corner, the raw effort is 245 hours. So this is one of the highest effort grid cells over this time period. And, it varies across each of these grid cells. The upper left-hand corner shows a value of 60 hours. So these are the raw effort values. The first step is that we rank the data. Oops, wrong way. When we rank the data, again, you can see in the big map on the left, there's that big shift in color. And you can also see the big shift in color in the grid cells here in this ranked effort layer. But, that really high raw effort value of 245, gets a really high ranked score. So I think there's only one other grid cell that's higher, which would have been 1201. But in this case, this is 1200. And then that 60-hour grid cell down below, its rank across all of the grid cells in this fishery is 1080. So we have the raw data, now we've ranked it, and now we're going to normalize that ranked effort. So instead of being values between 1 and 1201, now they're values between 0 and 1. So that 1200 becomes a 0.999, and that 1080 becomes a 0.9. But the colors are exactly the same. So, okay, so we have normalized effort now. This is going to be sort of the final number for effort. We do the same thing for revenue. So we have the raw revenue numbers for each grid cell. We rank those revenue grid cells, and then we normalize those ranked revenue values. And so we have normalized revenue now at this sort of top layer that you see on the screen. And so now we want to combine those 2 top layers, those normalized effort and revenue values. So here's that normalized effort set of grid cells that I showed you 2 slides ago. And here's the normalized revenue layer that I showed on the previous slide. And what we wanted to do in order to keep, the most important metric is that we simply selected the highest value between these 2 metrics. So for effort, you can see this value of 0.99 down here in the lower right-hand grid cell. For revenue, that value is a 0.997. So all we did was select the higher of those 2 values for this grid cell. So now this top set of grid cells is a combined metric for effort and revenue, which we are terming ranked importance. And so for this, bottom right-hand corner grid cell, you can see that effort was a little bit more important than revenue, and we kept that. For this upper left-hand grid cell that's more orange, you can see that the revenue value of that grid cell was more important than effort. And so we kept that more important metric. And so this top layer becomes sort of our final value for each of the grid cells. And these are going to be the values that we provide to NCOS and BOEM for the spatial model. Okay, so that was at a really fine scale for those 4 grid cells. Now I'm going to zoom out and do this same thing, showing you across both call areas. So again, this is just all same data for the at-sea hake fishery, and we're starting with the raw effort data. So these are number of hours towed in each of these grid cells from 2002 to 2019. So the first step is to rank transform those data. And so again, we see a really big shift in the color palette during this step, and we have values between 0 and 1200. The next step is to normalize those ranked values between 0 and 1. And this doesn't change the color of any grid cell. All it changes is the scale of the data. So we go from ranked data from 0 to 1200 to normalized data between 0 and 1. So this normalized ranked effort data will be brought along here in a second. So that's effort. I'm going to show you raw revenue. So we start with raw revenue. We rank transform it to the ranked revenue, and then we normalize that data to this normalized ranked revenue data. Now we're going to bring both of those normalized ranked revenue maps that are here with the red box around it. And we're going to look at those together, and we're going to select the highest value for each of the grid cells. And when we do that, we get this final map for the at-sea hake fishery. It's a combined, it's combining both effort and revenue. And we're using this now what we call this ranked importance value. And so again, this is the data that we're providing to NCOS, and you can see the distribution of the number of grid cells across each of those colors in the scale. And just to highlight one more time here, the importance of selecting the highest value. If you look at these grid cells along this diagonal here in the revenue map, you can see how they're much darker blue than those same grid cells in the effort map. And so in this case, these grid cells are slightly more important for effort than they are for revenue, and we keep those higher values in that combined effort and revenue map. So we bring the most important metric along. Excuse me. Okay, so those are the methods. So rank, transform, normalize, and combine. What I'm going to do now is run through each of the 9 fisheries. And if you're able to, these data are up on OroWinMap as of first thing this morning. And here's a link that you can use to get to those maps. And you get to those maps by clicking on the data tab and then going to the human section. And then it's the fishing ODF&W NMFS call area sliders. And you can see each of the 9 fisheries on OroWinMap.
Hey,
and you'll be able to see.
Sorry, Kelly,
Yeah,
can I just jump in just for a second and ask you to go back one slide?
Yeah, sure.
So I think for those of us that are watching this, the closer the color is to red, the less compatible it would be with other potential offshore developments and the more importance it would have for the specific fisheries you're talking about?
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that because I know there's been some questions about that circulating around. So thanks.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Okay, so you can see these on OraWind map in case, I'm going to spend as much time as I can on each of these fisheries, but I know it's not going to be enough for everyone to get their fill, but please visit OraWind map for each of these. So we'll start with the at-sea hake midwater trawl fishery. And so these are maps that I've been showing here to get through all the methods. The underlying data from this is from the at-sea hake observer program. And this is a nearly 100% observer covered fishery. The data that we have for effort is from 2002 to 2019 and revenue from 2011 to 2020. So here you can see fishing effort, fishing revenue, and then our ranked importance metric on the far right. And you can see here, there's a lot of activity throughout a lot of the Coos Bay call area, which I'm sure all of you are already aware of, with significant concentration between the 200 meter and 500 meter depth contour, and also along those same contours down in Brookings. So this is at sea hake. Our next fishery. So these are all going to be new data sets that you haven't really seen much of yet. This is the shoreside hake midwater trawl, and this is from state and PacFin logbook data, and matching those data to PacFin fish, the state fish tickets that are in the PacFin database. And so you can see a lot of effort between 200 and 500 meters. And again, really thinking about the reason why we ranked the data, you can see it in this fishery as well, where there's just a couple grid cells that are red and orange, and then the rest of them are at the lower end of the distribution. And then on the far right is the ranked importance map. And here it's really important to convey that there's a lot of yellow and orange and red in this particular map. And so again, we can only show non-confidential information here. There are certainly lots of other grid cells that are confidential where we would see those blue and light blue grid cells. Okay, I'll move to the next one. This is groundfish bottom trawl, and this was a fishery that we didn't have fisheries revenue for across the entire groundfish, all the groundfish species. So we didn't have time to get that all together. What we did have effort information though, and so instead of doing that combining step at the very end for groundfish bottom trawl, we simply used that normalized effort, that normalized ranked effort value that you saw at the top of the effort slides for our final ranked importance value. So the data here come from ODF&W state logbooks and PacFin. And this is a fishery where you can see a little bit of difference, from the two hake fisheries, a lot more effort and hot spots from 500 to about 900 meters depth. So a little bit more offshore in both the Coos Bay call area and the Brookings call area. All right, the next two fisheries are going to be fixed gear fisheries for groundfish. This is for pot fisheries. Yeah, go ahead, Susan.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but and maybe we can hold the questions till the end, but I just want to draw everyone's attention to the question in the chat so we don't forget it when we come to the end of your presentation and come back with questions.
Okay. Yeah, maybe if I can address that at the end, that would be great. So I can get the full context. Thank you.
That's fine. I just wanted to make sure that other people saw it so they could think about it and so we can have time to discuss it. So thank you.
You bet. Okay, so groundfish fixed gear pot fishery. Here, the information you can see it's a much more sort of diffuse fishery, although, you know, a lot of that could be due to confidential grid cells that I can't show here, but you can see a little bit more diffusion in where the hot spots are. They're not all clumped together like we've seen in the previous fisheries. For effort and then also revenue, we have a sort of a difference in the hot spot for revenue compared to effort. And then the ranked importance map, again, you know, lots of red and orange and yellow shown here, where the confidential grid cells are going to, you know, have those blues and light blues in them. And this information comes from ODF&W state logbooks and then matched to the fish tickets in PacFin for the revenue data. All right. Let's see, moving to fixed gear long line. For effort and revenue, you can see, you know, a lot of effort and revenue showing up between, again, the 200 and 500 meter depth contours, sort of overlapping with the two hake fisheries in particular. And those layers result in the ranked importance map that you see on the right. Again, the warm colors closer to 1 are going to be more important to this particular fishery, and then the dark blues are going to be less important to this fishery. All right, now we've got 2 of the state fisheries coming up next. The first one is the pink shrimp trawl fishery. The data come from the ODF&W state logbooks, and then that catch information, or the coordinate information is matched to the fish ticket information in PacFin. And we can see lots of concentration of this fishery right along the eastern border of the Coos Bay call area, and sort of in the central portion of that boundary. And we can see the effort and revenue, and then how that turns into ranked importance. Again, a lot of importance right along that central eastern boundary of Coos Bay. The next fishery is for Dungeness crab. And one important thing to note about the Dungeness crab information for effort anyway, we were using data that was 100% expanded. And so the years that we had available for that were 2007 to 2010, and then from 2018 to 2019. So a little bit, you know, a break in the number of years that we had information for. But then the revenue, again, is across 2011 to 2020 for the revenue information. For the ranked importance map, you can see, you know, a lot of importance up in that northeastern corner of Coos Bay to that 200 meter depth contour. And also, you know, there for the influence of confidential grid cells here that are missing as well, that would show up as dark blue and blue. Okay, now we get to 2 albacore fisheries. The first one here is for commercial. And the first thing you'll notice here is, you know, really big gridding on this data. And that came from, you know, a lot of effort looking at the randomness of the fishing coordinates that we had for this fishery. The data for this comes from the Southwest Fisheries Science Center's federal logbook data. And the more we looked at the spatial randomness of those fishing events, the more we realized that the scale of those coordinates were really at a much bigger scale than they were being reported at. And we can get into more details on that later if we want, but that sort of accounts for, you know, effort and revenue being summarized at these much larger 10 arc minute grids. And then I've downscaled it to the 2 by 2 kilometer grid so that it lines up with all of the rest of our data for each of the other fisheries. And for effort, we had data from 2005 to 2021, so a little bit longer time period than we had for revenue. So we have effort and revenue, and then the ranked importance shows that gradation across both the Coos Bay call area and the grid cells that we can show down in Brookings. And finally, we have the Albacore charter fishery. The data for this also comes from NMFS's Southwest Fisheries Science Center federal logbook data or logbooks. And the number of hours fished in this data set, is there aren't very many examples of providing that information. So the best we could do was use days fished for this particular fishery. And we also only had effort information for this particular fishery. So you can see, concentration on that really far western boundary, very, similar to the commercial fishery, which is different than pretty much all the other fisheries that were a little bit more concentrated to the east. The 2 albacore fisheries are concentrated to the west. All right. So now the final thing I'm going to show you is, putting all of these fisheries together. So if you can, possibly think of all 9 of those far right-hand maps, how do we combine all of those to get, sort of a final fisheries submodel map, and what does that look like? So again, we wanted to make sure we knew what the data going in was going to show, and so we replicated NCOS's methods and combined all 9 of those fisheries together. And this is, the map, using the color ramps that I have here. This would be the combined fisheries submodel using these ranked importance values. And we sort of term this the baseline scenario, and that'll become more apparent when Karin talks next. But you can see, lots of, and so first thing to make note is now the scale has been reversed. So values closer to 0 are going to be less suitable to offshore wind, and values closer to 1 are going to be more suitable to offshore wind. And you can see that on the distribution figure here as well, the number of grid cells along the y-axis, and then the suitability score along the x-axis. So scores closer to 1 is where we're going to have less overlap with these 9 fisheries and is more suitable to offshore wind. And then scores closer to 0 are going to have more overlap with fisheries and should be less suitable to offshore wind. And if we look to the map, you can see, lots of really dark orange, but between the 200 meter and 500 meter depth contour up in the Coos Bay area, and then even getting deeper in that northern half. Down in Brookings, you see a really strong band of low suitability scores along that eastern edge of the Brookings call area. So again, this is kind of what we term the baseline scenario, and I'm going to stop here, and I am going to turn it over to Karin, who's going to talk about fisheries constraint recommendations from all this work.
Doing a mic check.
We can hear you.
Wonderful. Thank you. So I am going to start with some big picture comments first, and then get into the constraints discussion and the scenarios discussion. All of this work that Kelly has described the data that have gone into this really Herculean effort to use data that are available to us now to best inform this process is all in service of one goal, which is that we want fisheries to be well represented in the decision making on what to do in these spaces relative to offshore wind leasing. ODFW and NIMS and others have gone on record multiple times asking for a suitability modeling approach, a marine spatial planning approach, some way of looking at these spaces and really differentiating among the locations within, in this example, these particular call areas. And so it was really wonderful to be included in the NCOS suitability modeling discussion so that we could help that be as successful as possible. From the very beginning, NIMS and ODFW have been very clear that the agencies have a lot of expertise. This needs to be complemented by comment and input from industry. And so that is why today and days after today are so important. We all know that 100% of these call areas are being used just about by fisheries, one sector or another. But if everything is a priority, then nothing is a priority. And so there has to be a way of differentiating. And the process that Kelly described gives us those base maps to feed into the suitability modeling process. But there are a couple of options that we NIMS and ODFW wanted to recommend as that information is being incorporated into the modeling process. So next slide, please, Kelly. One of the things that we recognize is that fisheries do not all have the same operational needs. And trawl fisheries in particular are very vulnerable to spatial restriction because of low maneuverability, of high fidelity of species to particular locations and habitats. And so we recognize this vulnerability and wanted to make sure that our recommendations to BOEM reflected this. There are 4 trawl fisheries that Kelly showed you maps for: groundfish bottom trawl, at sea hake, shoreside hake, and pink shrimp trawl. These 4 sectors have in common, they don't operate identically, but in common that low maneuverability and high fidelity to space. And this is different from other fisheries that operate within these call areas, or is especially true of these sectors relative to other fisheries. And so if we go to the next slide, which is the last one, we developed recommendations not just on those 9 fisheries maps going into the suitability modeling as a fisheries submodel, but also options for BOEM's consideration on how to treat this information. James described how constraint layers are different from other types of layers that go into the suitability modeling, and Kelly's lead into that described it again. Constraints layers are areas that show resources or activities that need to be 100% protected. They get a score of 0 suitability with offshore wind. And so we provided alternatives of how these fisheries layers could be used in the suitability modeling in the same way that we at the council provide a number of alternatives when we are making decisions. We consider all of those alternatives and select the best or most favored alternative in the end. So the 5 scenarios we are recommending to BOEM to consider starts with our preferred, which is number 1, 75% trawl constraint layer. This means that that combined fisheries layer that Kelly showed, the 75% highest ranked importance locations for those 4 trawl sectors would form a constraint layer. You see behind the red patch on that left-hand, well, any of the 3 left-hand maps still has the multicolor, multi-fisheries map behind it. The idea with all 3 of these alternatives, 1, 2, and 3, is that there would be a portion of the call areas that were constrained. And then the remainder of those areas would still be in play as multiple layers are integrated into the suitability modeling exercise. So that remaining, for scenario 1, that remaining 25% would still be part of the modeling work. Scenarios 2 and 3 just decrease the constraint footprint, recognizing that 75% may not be something that BOEM is willing to consider as they consider the many different sources of information that are in this modeling exercise. So 60% and 50% options are shown there. The 4th scenario is instead of a trawl layer providing 100% protection or a suitability score of 0, it's just about there. So it is not a formal constraint layer, but that 75% trawl footprint would have a very low suitability score and would be more protected. The 5th scenario, as Kelly mentioned, we have been calling the baseline map or combined fisheries layer or fisheries submodel within the greater suitability model. So those are our 5 recommendations, again, with scenario 1 being our preferred, highest recommended option, pending input on the data, pending input on the methods, pending input on this final constraint layer approach from the fishing interests, fishing industry, meaning all of you. And today is the first day that we've shared these. So I just have a couple more comments. One is that there is no perfect data available to represent fisheries. We don't have it. This is our best use of the data that are available, given the discussion that we've had within NMFS and ODFW. Looking forward to augmenting that with more comment today and in the near future. BOEM will have to prioritize within these call areas to move forward. And I'm grateful that ODFW and NIMS has been part of this initial work to prioritize with fisheries, recognizing that these areas are not 100% equal in value across this space, and we have to have that conversation. BOEM will make that decision if we don't put these ideas forward. And so it's in that spirit that we are doing this. And I'll end with a comment to our BOEM colleagues. Thank you for including us in this and being willing to consider these options. Very, very last comment is that this team of 7, but that was on Lila's original or first slide, has put in so much work into this set of maps that you see today, but there are dozens more who have been involved in this. And so I just really appreciate everyone's work to put the best information forward. And I'll stop there. Contact Lila and Delia, now both on the committee. All of these maps, not the scenarios, but all of the base maps are now on Orwin Map. And look forward to comments today. Thanks. Question, parliamentary question maybe for the chat. Susan, you pointed out that there was a question I read from Brent Payne in there. When would you like to address that question?
Thank you, Karen. Yes, Mike and I were just talking offline a little bit about that. Mike and Carrie, if I'd like to open it up now to questions, basically to clarify some information about the presentations. And then we can get into, I think public comment starts at 12. Mike and Carrie, does that work for you?
Is there another presentation that follows this, or is I don't know the answer to that. I thought there was something about VMS that was coming also.
There is one more presentation.
All right, I'll jump in here. So we have Frank Pendleton giving a presentation on VMS. Frank, real quick, how long do you estimate your presentation to be?
We can get through this in 10 minutes, if not a little bit less.
Did you say 2 or 10?
10.
Okay. Good. Just sort of doing a time check. We do want to go to public comment at noon, which is in 3 minutes. So Frank, are you willing to table this until after for about an hour so we can do public comment and do a half-hour lunch, or do you have to leave?
I will be here, so whatever works best for you, I'm fine with that.
I guess I would propose then the 2 co-chairs. It's your decision, but I would propose we take 1 or 2 clarifying questions at most for Dr. Braby, and then go to public comment, our half-hour lunch, and then come back to Frank afterwards.
That works for me.
So a quick clarifying answer to Brent Payne's question is that the trawl information does not include the searching time. This is from the logbook, so it's the set and haul times, which is at depth. Hopefully that answers Brent's question.
Yeah, and this is Kelly. Also, maybe one thing to point out too is the summarization at the 2 by 2 kilometer grid cell scale. That might, help a little bit with, I think, what Brent's getting at, where it's not going to be super specific, but maybe that grid cell coverage helps with that. So thank you.
How about we go, I see 3 hands raised. Let's do those 3 and then go to public comment. We might be a little bit afternoon, but not much. So let's do Corey Niles, Mike O, and then Scott McMullen.
Yeah, thanks, Carrie. I got a lot of questions, but I'll try to keep it to one that would help for maybe thinking about questions later on, and maybe a question for Kelly and Karin. And first of all, thank you. Yeah, got a lot of respect for the work. Kelly and colleagues worked with you all before. And I guess I'm not fully following everything, but kind of getting it. And Karin, yeah, thank you for putting it in context. That helped a lot. But I guess what the question I have is, I guess I'm a little surprised in not understanding, like not disagreeing or criticizing, but really not understanding, just mapping the polygons, the wind energy areas or draft call areas. I was expecting to see maps of everything when we. So can you? So my question is just thinking. You're doing some kind of relative ranking. Is it just of the fishery activity? And I'm sorry, I missed this, within those areas, or is it the relative importance of the area within the polygons relative to everywhere they fish? I don't know if that made sense, Kelly or Karin, but I can rephrase if not.
The quick answer is it is only the data from within those call areas. It is not relative to the footprint across federal waters in Oregon.
Okay, thanks, Karin.
Let's go to Mike Okaneski.
Yeah, I forgot who brought up the economic value, I guess, of fishing, and it may be that it's all relative and doesn't make any difference, but I mean, the actual value goes far beyond just what you bring out of the water and sell at the dock. And they use multipliers and other things in this, but you can get more specific information, of course, but I mean, there's a whole process where this fish is handled again, shipping costs, and it also produces a revenue stream that even if you're losing money, it's still valuable income to that community. And I'm just wondering, are you just getting a fix based on the relativity of the value of capturing that dockside on the fish ticket? Or, I mean, it's not going to be used as the overall finalized value of the fishery in other areas, is it?
Again, I'll do a quick answer, but I think NIMS would be great to weigh in on this. But you're spot on, Mike. This is relative values. I think the assumptions that are built into this are that ex-vessel value for whiting is the same in the community as ex-vessel value for pink shrimp. $1 landed is $1 landed, and that is a limitation, but this is about relative value on the water. And so it doesn't get to that entire value of the fishery in millions or billions of dollars. That's not what is mapped here.
Okay, I thought that would be the case, but I just wanted to be sure that it's not locked in as some representation in the future that, this value has been settled in this process, and then they don't do an economic study on the rest of it. So I'm just going to mention that in passing. Thank you.
And I would just go back to Lila's opening comments that both NIMS and ODFW have mentioned on the record many times the PAC-FEM project that's being done by the NOAA Fishery Science Centers. That's something that we have a lot of interest in. It's not ready today for that, for use in this process. But that PACFEM project is mapping values and economics in a more complete and holistic way that would start to get to some of the interest that you have.
Thank you.
Yeah, couple of quick questions. The two fisheries that were unable to be included in this, are those two fisheries salmon and halibut?
Sport was one of them. Kelly, can you jump in here?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, salmon and halibut. And then also, recreational fisheries are not captured here outside of albacore. And for salmon in particular, my understanding of the data sets are, fishing location is at really broad spatial scales that, might not be useful for this type of process where, one fishing area would cover, say the whole call area. So the spatial limitations on the data are the problem for salmon, and then halibut, Pacific halibut, we just didn't have time to evaluate those fishing location information. And then similarly for recreational fisheries, the spatial scale of the information is at a really broad scale.
Thank you. And then a second question is on the whiting fishery, is the revenue calculated per tow or in the case of shoreside per landing? How is the economic value calculated temporally? Is it by the tow or by the day or something else?
Yeah, so each of the hauls will be attributed to a fish ticket in, the PACFIN fish ticket database, and matching the haul to that fish ticket. So it is by haul. And if Blake Feist is on and has anything further to add there, feel free to jump in too.
Yeah, thanks, Kelly. That pretty much captures it. It is the actual value of that tow line, and then it's aggregated each of the 2 kilometer grid cells.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take one more very quick question from Corey Niles. I think he has a follow-up question, and then we're going to have to cut off this discussion and go to public comment next. So Corey, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Just a question intended to help smooth things later in the next round. Yeah, and Karin and Kelly, I guess obviously visual memory here is not awesome, but I guess when you put all the layers together, well, I guess I was seeing a lot of activity as we expect between 200 and 500 fathoms, and then maybe not so much beyond 500 fathoms, except the groundfish pot and like albacore. And again, my memory could be off there. Yet you see in the Coos Bay area, there's still lots of warm colors in the beyond 500 fathoms. So I guess the question: when you're putting them together, is it? And you said this again, and I'm just not. Okay, so there's some warm colors for bottom trout. So is it an average when you're putting them all together? Is it more? Can you say again when you overlay them? Is it? Are you summing them all together?
Yeah. So when each of these ranked importance values, I guess once we give these to NCOS, then they transform these ranked importance values according to that Z membership function that James showed earlier for the continuous data. So it gets Z membership transformed, and then across all 9 fisheries for each grid cell, you take the geometric mean of those Z scores. It's a geometric mean, not an arithmetic mean. And that's how that final score for each of the grid cells is calculated. Does that make sense?
Not fully, but mostly. Okay, yeah, and I'll go back and look at the maps to better trust my memory. But yeah, okay, appreciate that, and thank you, chairs and Mr. Griffin, for the second question.
No problem. Thank you, Corey. Okay, it's 12:09. We're going to turn to public comment now. So anyone who is not on the Marine Planning Committee or one of the principals, if you would like to make public comment, please raise your hand right now so we can get a head count. And while you're doing that, I will also just say that that this is designed for you to make comments. We're not really set up to facilitate a Q&A session from the public right now. If you do have specific questions, please feed those through your friendly neighborhood NPC member. We only have 20 minutes for public comment. I only see 3 hands up so far, so that gives our 4. So we might have a little time, but the intent is not to have this as another Q&A session. We are coming back after public comment and then a half an hour lunch. Then we'll come back. We have another hour slated for NPC discussion and questions and clarifications on this topic or any of the topics that we've hit so far today. So that'll be another chance to circle back, and I think we'll need that since we kind of run out of time here. Okay, I see 4 hands up, so we will go in order. We have Yelena Nowak, and then Heather Mann, and then iPad, I think, is Brent Payne, and then Tim Sipple. So let's start out with Yelena and Heather. We're not going to put a hard stop at 2 or 3 or 4 minutes, but please try to keep your comments somewhat concise. Thank you. Go ahead, Yelena.
Thank you, Carrie. Mic check.
Yes, mic is checked.
Perfect. My name is Helena Novak. I'm the executive director of the Oregon Chalk Commission. Our constituents fish in 3 fisheries, bottom trawl, groundfish, Oregon pink shrimp, and shore-based hake fishery. I appreciate the opportunity to comment today and really appreciate the presentations. Appreciate the NIMS and ODFW efforts that put into this massive effort, ranking and normalizing the effort and revenue. Very impressive. Really support this effort. My primary comment is going to be brief. My concern and my constituents' concern is that this effort and cost effort is being conducted within existing coal areas and really limiting the opportunity to see the true suitability outside of the coal areas as well. Rhetoric question, I suppose, since our Q&A is limited, is what would it take for BOEM to include the areas outside of coal areas in this suitability model? And second question is, what would it take for BOEM to reinitiate the coal areas as far as the process? Thank you. That's it.
I'll leave it to BOEM if you guys want to take that question up now. Like I said, we're not really designed to have this as a Q&A session. So, if you guys can make a quick response, that's fine. But, you're not required to at this point. And we could certainly circle back to this later during the discussion.
Yeah. Hey, Carrie, this is Doug. I'll say, BOEM will be happy to discuss that. But I think if we circle back on it at the later session, then we can probably get Q&As after Frank's presentation later.
Okay, sounds good. Let's put a placeholder for that. Let's go to Heather Mann and then Brent Payne.
Thanks, Carrie. Thanks, Susan and Mike. My name's Heather Mann. I'm the Executive Director of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. We represent 32 trawl catcher vessels that fish on the West Coast and up in Alaska. My comments are brief. One is a thank you to ODFW and National Marine Fisheries Service for doing yeoman's work in a short amount of time. What that says to me, though, is imagine what we could have done if we did this from the beginning, through all the fact finding in the last couple of years, where all this kind of important data was completely missing. So, really, in my mind, I'd like to see the committee recommend to the council to recommend to BOEM that they rescind the current call areas and do this correctly. If we had done this correctly from the beginning, you wouldn't be facing litigation, which is likely what's going to happen if this keeps pushing forward. So I would encourage the committee to please consider asking the council to tell BOEM to start over and do it right and do it with all the information and give those people providing the information, NIMS and ODFW, the time to do it. It is the only right thing to do. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Heather. Brent Payne, I think that's you.
Yes, it is, Carrie.
You're next. And,
yes, it is.
Sorry?
It's me, Brent Payne, Carrie.
Okay.
Yeah, thank
Great,
you very
go
much, Carrie, and the members of the committee. My name is Brent Payne, the Executive Director of United Catcher Boats. We have 17 active vessels that fish in the mothership and shoreside whiting fisheries off the West Coast. Just really want to say a shout out to the team here from ODF&W and NIMS that put this data together. It is the first time I've seen this kind of data that sort of shows what kind of trade-offs there might be if you exclude the fisheries from particular areas that they've fished historically. And it's really quite useful. That's the first time I've seen it, and I think we're going to digest it, and I'm going to share it with my members. I guess from our perspective, we're looking at this as a trade-off. You know, what if we get closed out of historic fishing grounds? Can we make that back up somewhere else? And I guess Corey Niles' question hits that answer to that. It's like you got to kind of look at areas outside the call area to see how valuable they are over the time period. You see if the trawl fleet has to get displaced, what will happen if they fish somewhere else? And you got to kind of think also, and I know this is not a modeling exercise, but it's more of a humanistic exercise. Is fishermen fish because they follow schools around, at least in a mobile school mode, with trawl gear. But they also fish in areas where they were trying to avoid certain kinds of fish in terms of bycatch management. And I don't know if this kind of modeling exercise captures that decision-making process in terms of the valuable, where an area is super valuable to a captain is not only just where whiting can be caught in high concentrations, where good schools are seen on the sonar. It's also where they know where they're going to avoid, constraining rockfish species and other species. So that's the point I want to make. The other question I guess I have for the modelers here is, you used a certain period of a range of date of years. And I know as whiting fishermen, just constantly from one season to the next. You don't always catch the fish, from 10 years ago to 8 years ago to 5 years ago to last year or this year. It's constantly changing. And so there's variability from year to year as to what areas are super important and which ones aren't. I think your model here uses a fairly long range of years. I guess my question is, can you do the same sort of thing on an annual basis to show if there's a significant difference in areas based on year-to-year type fishing conditions? So again, a huge shout out for this information. I hope BOEM takes it seriously when they're making their decisions as to defining the call areas. Appreciate it. Also comment on Heather Mann to support what she just said with the MTC fellow fishermen. Thank you.
Thank you, Brent. Appreciate it. Tim Sipple, followed by Jeff Lackey. Go ahead, Tim.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, thanks. So just want to give props to everybody that worked on this. Very valuable, great work. I also want to kind of tack on to the comment that was just made that So this mapping exercise is largely focused on the spatial variability, but it doesn't give a lot of information about temporal variability. And so to get at that, these are averages over 15 to 20 years. So just a couple of brainstorm thoughts on ways that might be made available is just to look at the variance within each of the cells. So are there areas that the variance is higher than others, or, low variance would suggest that an area is a consistently important area, where high variance suggests it kind of changes year to year. And then maybe another way to look at that is what's the trend in the change in variance. So is the variance increasing from the beginning of the time series to the end of the time series, or is it decreasing? So just kind of thinking out loud about ways that temporal variability might be captured in here as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it. Jeff Blackie, you are up next, and you'll be the last public comment unless I see more hands up.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to make it brief. First, I agree with Heather Mann on with such a monumental decision and obvious some shortcomings in the call area designation, rescinding them is the only way forward for just such an important, potentially permanent decision. Brent Payne's point about bycatch avoidance, and when you get boxed in, it creates so many more problems that aren't reflected in merely looking at values. That is very real, and you get limited in how you can avoid, because you're trying to avoid so many different species, and you got the temporal aspect to it too. You start getting less catch, less efficiencies. It's a pretty huge deal. One point I wanted to make was what I believe is a missing metric. We have the metrics of revenue and effort, which are important, but a very important missing one is pounds of protein produced from areas. Reason being is it's a proxy for things like jobs, community impact, multipliers, impact to domestic seafood security. So that's really missing, again, for such a monumental, important, potentially permanent decision that impacts communities and domestic seafood security. Really needs to be in there, and that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it. Okay, last call for any public comment before we go to a lunch break. All right, seeing none, then we'll go a few minutes early, and you'll have 39 minutes for lunch instead of just 30 minutes. So unless the chairs have something else to add right now, I'll let you adjourn us for lunch until 1 o'clock, unless you guys got something. Okay. All right, then we're on break until 1 p.m. See you then.
Roger that.
Sure can.
Hotter points up here, it's hotter up here. It gets a little hot down here, we're seeing the same over there. And this just puts it all into perspective here for the shore-based. Next, the bottom trawl. And one thing you'll run into here too is with like the 2018 through 2021 data, we have more, I'm gonna say private pixels, right? Aliquots that we can't show because of confidentiality reasons. So that's why you'll see bigger holes sometimes in the 2018 through 2021 data. The pink shrimp. Go to the next one here. Dungeness crab. They're specifically albacore. Ours is a little bit more generic declaration code, highly migratory species. It's a lot more geographically detailed, but it's showing kind of a similar story, where it's hot here is where it's busy. It's obviously, when it's at such different geographic areas, obviously it's going to look different. But the two different data sets we see here kind of confirming each other. Now here's the VMS salmon. And salmon, it's a tricky one to get at. And we've got a decent chunk of salmon vessels, but there's clearly plenty that do not have VMS. So things like, I wouldn't make a statement like this is absolutely how many kilometers of salmon trolling. That would just be misleading. But it's likely, we'd love to hear from folks. It's likely a reasonable footprint of where salmon fishing is taking place. But right now it's the best we've got. If anyone knows of anything new that we can get our hands on, we're always open to hear that. And this one, as obviously it's a different look here because there wasn't one in the other data set, so I'm not comparing it, just showing you the full 2010 through 2021 and 2018 through 2021. And that might be it. Let me see what's next. Nope, next steps. Yes, so our next step in the whole offshore wind planning process. So we're going to be completing the spatial modeling. I'm going to repeat this because it's what we said earlier, and just want to be clear, our plan is to use the NIMS ODFW data in the model. The VMS data, we'll be using that. It's a check. It helps us to say, okay, yeah, these two look the same. We fully agree. If there's a difference, okay, let's start talking to each other. But also for visualization purposes, when we want to show some maps of where various, if we end up with this wind energy area, how does the whiting fishery line up with what we ended up? How does the crab fishery line up with what we did? So it'll be very helpful for that. So as far as the draft wind energy areas, so when they come out, there will be several things will all be happening at once. It'll be published in the Federal Register. We'll have maps and shapefiles available on the BOEM web page. The INCOS modeling report, so the report explaining this modeling will be out. And there will be a 30-day public comment period when this comes out. Can't recall if it was Doug or Nessie said a little earlier, we don't have a specific date when this is happening, and I wouldn't hazard to guess, but those things will all be happening when that happens. After, from the draft wind energy areas, there will be final wind energy areas, and there is when we'll be doing the environmental assessment process, with public involvement again. So, and I think, yes, that is the end, and I think I made it in my 10 minutes.
Thank
I'll
you,
hand
Frank.
it back to you, Carrie.
Yeah, no, thank you. Let's do any clarifying questions or follow-ups to Frank specifically, and then open it up broader. Delia Kelly, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Frank. Just a question about the 30-day comment period. In the past, there's been an opportunity for if an entity requests a longer comment period for that to be considered after the Federal Register is posted and a request is formally submitted. Would that be the same here too? Or is it locked in at 30 days?
I'll leave that to another BOEM person to maybe handle. Is there someone else who's more comfortable on that question?
This is Nessie. We haven't decided whether or not it's a 30-day comment period, and it's not a regular. Remember, this is a new addition to our BOEM process.
Right.
So, yeah. So it's not in regulation, unlike some of like the PSN that's in. You do a 60-day. This one doesn't. So we'll have to just see where that is when we're there.
Okay, thank you.
Scott McMullen.
Thank you. Frank, on the VMS and AAS data plots, is that refined by actual set and pickup points, or is it just if a vessel is out, it's a fishing vessel and it's out fishing, we count it as fishing the entire time we have an AIS reception for that vessel in the ocean? Is it refined down to where they're actually fishing, or is transit time included in their fishing?
It's refined down, but it's done by vessel speed. So ultimately we plot vessel speed, and in some of them it's very clear and obvious. But let me go back and show you so we can be straight up about. Can I go backwards? Let's look at one where you can kind of see, how the vessel speed is. Like in here, this could be fishing, but it's likely an artifact of using vessel speed, and a vessel is going slower for some different reason. So yeah, we cut off fishing by non-fishing by vessel speed. We're aware it works better on some than others. We were talking the other day about data, and one thing we said, if there's none, we get what we can. If there's some, we try to make it better. This is a place where we're trying to improve it. We're happy to see how well it's lined up with other data sets, using the speed, but we would rather, we're the PACFIM that I believe it was Karin who mentioned, looking to get those, to use that, the nets out, nets up, or whatever data set we have that gets to that, to combine the two, and it'll be a powerful data set.
And a follow-up, Frank, do you happen to know what the cutoffs are for when you say a vessel is no longer transiting and when he's fishing in each? Is that by fishery, or is that sort of a blanket cutoff that's applied to all fisheries?
It's by fishery, and it won't be too long until there will be an article coming out on it, but it's not out just yet. And in the past, I was trying to keep this short. In the past, we show a few of the graphs. So for the different fisheries, there tends to be quite a bit of clustering at the slower speeds, and then much less at the higher. And then where that graph kind of breaks, it comes down and then breaks. That's where we did the cutoff.
Thank you.
Certainly, but yes, it is by fishery.
Okay, thank you, Frank. I don't see any more hands raised. Last call for questions to Frank.
Hey, Carrie, I have a question.
Yeah.
And then Tim Sipple, I see, has his hand up too. On the Dungeness crab, and I think this is going back to the earlier slides, there was a span of time between 2011 and 2018 where there was no logbook data on crab. And I was just wondering why there was no data on crab in those years. I'm not sure who to direct that to. I'm guessing ODF&W because it's a state fishery, but I'm just curious.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to answer that, but thank you.
Anyone from the state want to answer that, or maybe circle back a little later? Okay.
Terry, oh, there we go. Justin, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Justin Ainsworth, ODFNW. I was giving Karin an opportunity to jump in. Our Dungeness crab logbook data goes back to the 2007-2008 season. We get a large volume of logbooks every year due to just not having the capacity to enter all of the data for all of the years. There were several years where we were only able to enter 30% of the data. And so it's just a subset of the data, and we have different methods to expand the data. But for these particular ones, we only used years where we have the full entry for both for the logbook, and then that was to characterize effort. And in the maps that Kelly showed earlier, we have revenue data for a longer time frame using the expanded logbook data. So short answer is just for several of those years in between there, we just were only able to enter 30%. And so that's why there's a gap.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Hey, Carrie, can I ask a question of Frank as well?
You are the chair. You can go for it.
Well, hot damn. Hey, Frank, can you go to the HMS slide? And I'm going to ask this question. I recently asked it as well, but I'm getting this question asked of me now. To the extent that not all of the vessels that participate in the albacore fishery and other HMS fisheries are required to have VMS, I think only a small portion of them do. Is this going to be used as a proxy for fleet-wide behavior as a whole? And you're muted if you're trying to talk.
Yeah. Yes, I was trying to talk. So, yeah, the plan right now is to use the NIMS ODFW data in the model. Right now, this is what we've got that can show us a bigger area. Again, if we can find anything we can get to give us a better idea of how well it represents the fishery. So we are working with folks like the folks at Pacific States and others of getting things like what percentage of boats have this and other things to get a reasonable idea. Where are they coming from? Is it reasonable to assume this is a reasonable footprint? We know if it's not all the boats, it's not a reasonable final number as far as kilometers. But are we showing the busier areas and the less busier areas in a reasonable way? So that's where we are there.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. I appreciate that and appreciate your reference to the PACFIN data and ODFW data. And this is a follow-up question, which may be outside the scope of this specific topic, but in one of the prior presentations, we saw some slides that showed both albacore commercial and albacore charter, the relative importance of the areas to that. And I guess the revenue source was identified as ODFW fish tickets and PACFIN for revenue. I guess my question follow-up that would be, what about fish that are harvested off Oregon but landed elsewhere? How are those incorporated? And maybe that's more of a question for ODFNW.
Yeah, this is Justin Ainsworth again. For all the fisheries, right? The revenue that were presented earlier with Kelly Anders, they were just from, I believe, just from Oregon fish tickets. So for HMS that are landed outside the state, they wouldn't be represented in those revenue graphs there. And likewise with other fisheries that may have been landed outside of Oregon. And I guess I would maybe ask Kelly or Blake to correct me if I'm wrong, if they were able to access fish tickets from other states for the revenue models, revenue maps.
Yeah, this is Blake. I did do coast-wide, so all ports where albacore were landed then would be attributed to the logbook entry that was associated with that target.
Thanks for the correction, Blake.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Susan, I see your hand up.
Thank you. I finally realized that I also should raise my hand. So I know that you've talked about the lack of recreational data in these maps, but I really want to emphasize how important our recreational fisheries in all sectors are to Oregon's, to our ports and communities and to the state. And what is the process moving forward to incorporating some more of that recreational data? And how can the MPC help with that? Can we help with that? I know there also is some groundfish recreational data in Oro Wind Map, but what is the plan moving forward to incorporate more of that recreational data?
Yeah, my answer would be you can absolutely help with it because it's. Oh, Justin, am I stepping on you? Have you got an answer there?
No, Frank. I was just going to maybe describe, what data we do have available. But as far as the process to get more, maybe you have some ideas first.
Yeah, I don't have the deep ideas on where we can get more. That's why, part of why we're here. To any new data sources we can be told about it. We're coming to the experts, so we will the best data we can find. We will do what we can to pull it into our process. And suggestions we get of data sets that are ready, and it's so important for this that it's somehow geospatial. And different ones have different challenges for how accurate you can be where you are and other things like that. But yeah, anything we can get from this crew to help us get a handle on that, we would appreciate.
In our the ODFW recreational boat survey, we do collect some large block area data from our bottom fish fisheries, and that are mostly near shore, and we wouldn't expect much bottom fishing out in these call areas. But as far as the spatially explicit data from albacore or salmon or halibut from our recreational survey, it's not part of our current survey, just due to we couldn't reliably get that spatial information unless we figure out a way to get it into our survey. So there's nothing existing that we can harvest for this effort.
Yep, I get that, and thank you for that. I just think it's really important that the council, and this is just my perspective, that the council and this committee, as we move forward, try to come up with ideas or ways to get at that, because it's a very important sector. So thank you for that. Are there other questions from the Marine Planning Committee? We do have this scheduled for discussion until 2:00. So now is the time to ask questions and discuss this new data. Is it complete? Do we want to add more? Finally, I see a hand. Mike Okoniewski, go ahead. Mike, you may be double muted. We're not hearing you.
No, I'm just muted on a singular basis, but nonetheless.
Okay.
Yeah, are we done with Frank's presentation and the questions? Because mine goes in a little different territory that we didn't get to last time around.
I don't think there's any.
Yes, this is going to all the presentations.
Okay. So I think my question's for Bohm, but maybe for James. And I'm going to attempt to weave Elena's question in also at the end. But first off, I'd like to thank Karen and her crew and Lila for, as she said, a Herculean effort putting all this together, because I'll be honest, the other data I've looked at in Aura Wind Map has just confused me over and over. And partially just because I'm not adept at, flipping back and forth and looking at overlays and all the rest of that stuff. So it really helps when you see it this way. And their idea for coexistence, I'll call it, it's one that at least takes into account the importance of the fishing, whereas right up to this point, we really haven't seen anything that would even suggest that fishing has any importance at all, in my mind. We've talked about it, and Boehm's talked about it, but nothing that would seem to protect it. So that's encouraging. But I've been looking at this suitability model little by little, and I've attended a couple of 3 webinars, I think, back on Maine, and I've watched the Gulf of Mexico, what they're doing down there, although I'm not any expert at it. Haven't paid any attention to Central Atlantic, but I think they're doing suitability modeling there. But my question is, in the Gulf of Mexico and how it's being laid out in Maine, is it meant to do the suitability modeling? And this touches on what Heather was talking about, and get that information into position before you start the process of initiating these call areas. Is that the goal? Or the other areas, like what we're doing here, is they put out the call areas, then you go back and see if, how suitable they were. And Heather nailed it. It would seem logical you'd use the best tools you had to help you inform where to put those call areas to eliminate as many constraints as possible. And in that question, or wrapped closely to it, is the idea, are just constraints in one area for fishing going to be, is that a parameter that will be utilized in another area? Or is it totally different type of analysis that goes on for what's a constraint and what isn't? Or are we still working on the answers to any of that? And if I can, I'll come back to Elena's, I think is relatively brief also. But if somebody from Boehm could answer that, that'd be great. Thank you.
All right, on the constraint idea, it will vary by region, based on the situation you're in. When the area is huge, it's a kind of you're in a different world when you start that. But so yeah, it's not like it's a constraint here, so it's a constraint there. That's not how we're working that. But as far as, well, I guess that answers the constraint question. What was there another question in there?
There certainly was. Are the Gulf of Mexico and the Gulf of Maine, as they're applying the suitability model, is it made to be, the modeling made to be done before they start issuing call areas, or after, like we did here, or doing here?
Mike, this is Nessie. So the idea here is that we have the call areas, and we're using this to identify wind energy areas. So we're using this to further narrow the call areas.
Okay, that's helpful, and thanks for that, Nessie. So are you allowing some additional time in? I guess maybe you already have, or how far does this process still have to go before, or do you have an estimate for it, playing out before you'll, get around to putting out a WEA, I guess? Or is
Yeah,
it
I
still
mean,
to be determined?
I think it's still to be determined. I think, we've tried to listen, right? We did the call way back in April, and back then we had projections on when we would have wind energy areas. And I think we heard Rod, go slow. Let's continue to work on it. And I think that's what we're trying to do. And so we're trying to use this tool, and we're trying to also, we VMS data all for most of our work, and now we're glad that we have data from our colleagues at NIMS and ODFW that we can use to run. So we have, I think, better data now, and so there's no time frame in terms of when we're going to issue those draft wind energy areas, and even if when we do, there's a comment period for that. And then there's the wind energy area, and there's a comment period for that. So it's a long process. No decisions have been made, but we do have to run through the process. And you're just trying to put more tools in the toolbox to help us, just be more transparent about our decision-making process. We do truly mean that when we say fishing is a very important factor. It is for BOEM as a whole. And so, the time that you have all spent with us, we appreciate that time here with MPC to provide this data to you all. I think that's, so there's no time frame in terms of when you would be able to see draft wind energy areas.
Okay, and the last piece of that question, the first one I had was, are the other areas waiting to get through the suitability models as far as you know, and then issue the call area, or they've got call areas already out there and they're doing it the way we're doing it?
You mean like in Oregon or where?
No, Gulf of Maine and Gulf of Mexico specifically.
So, I don't ever want to speak for my colleagues' process, but, they're using this tool, like the Gulf of Mexico, they used it to get to their wind energy area. Central Atlantic is using this as a tool to get to their wind energy area. And, if there are other ways to use this tool through, as we go forward on, future planning efforts, I think BOEM is evolving and, at least, trying to always have the best data and the most transparent way to try to show what how we're making our decisions.
I don't want to dominate this any longer, but it would seem that maybe I've got this wrong, and just tell me if that's the case, but it would seem like they looked at the region before they started getting those areas that weren't in as much conflict. But they looked at the entire region, not just one part of it. Or maybe they subdivided it, but it was a pretty large area. And then they winnowed it down based on where the fishing was heavy and whatnot. So that does seem to be a different, maybe just because of the circumstances of your timing, but going down one path and then they changed directions on you. But
No, I think the Gulf started with call areas. I mean, there are bigger areas in the Gulf, right? So
Okay.
they call area, and they're now in the same area ID process that we are to try to find wind energy areas.
Gotcha.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
And I'll come back to Elena's question if we have a little time later on here, since I've been going a while. Thank you.
Hey, Kerry.
Well, Mike,
Go ahead, Kerry.
go ahead.
You first.
Yeah. Okay. I was just I was going to say that Mike Okaneski could go ahead, and Don Vernon, I see your hand up. We are at this point, we're going to keep the discussion to Marine Planning Committee members. If we have extra time and the MPC members have had their say and asked their questions, then we can open it up to other participants in the meeting. But just for now, at least sit tight. We're going to stick with NPC members. I see Corey Niles' hand up, and then I suggest we go back to Mike and circle back to Yelena's question before.
Yeah, thanks, Carrie. On just focusing on, I think the question Susan, one of the questions Susan prompted and you prompted us with is what's missing. And I guess I can't think of anything that's missing. I guess one question bouncing around in my head, maybe for Karin and Kelly Andrews, of why, I guess the question would be, because the one thing I would think is missing, but I'll say I don't think it's going to change the results too much, would be, for example, fixed gear sablefish boats from Washington that are fishing off of those areas, which I think does happen. I don't know how to what extent. But so that why not use VMS for the sectors where it's reliable is my question. The advantages of, like seeing the whiting folks on here, and when they're doing their in-season management through Sea State, they're not using logbooks, they're using the track lines from the VMS. So you're going to get, if the goal here is to rank the relative importance within those polygons, it might give you a little, it might improve the precision a bit if you're on that scale of when you use logbooks. We did that for Washington's Marine Spatial Plan, and I think it might dilute, kind of buffers the area a little bit, I would say, in fishing. And so therefore you're maybe diluting the importance of some areas that are more important truly than they are in the logbooks. Not words not coming out of my mouth here. You probably get what I'm. So why not use VMS for those sectors? Understanding that, like, everyone is acknowledged that you're on a short time frame here. And then, like, as Mike Conroy was saying, on the albacore fishery, I can't see it being all that well. This launches into some bigger issues I don't necessarily think we'll get into today about the method and what it means. But even for albacore, the VMS gets you better resolution. The trade-off there is it doesn't cover every boat. But as Justin was saying, even in some years for their Dungeness crab log books, they're only entering 30% and then expanding it out. So with all the time in the world, I'm sure there's something you could do with the VMS to get a finer scale resolution. But yeah, the only thing I think you would be missing, and from Washington's perspective, would be those boats coming down from our state to fish, because we don't have logbooks or just this year they're required. But given the relative ranking you're doing, I can't imagine it makes all that much difference. But yeah, so just on the data, those are comments of other thoughts on what this all means. I guess before, we'll probably run out of time, but I do really like I'm not following everything, but the way that the alternatives that the team came up with, and I think I spoke to last time, one of the last times we spoke as a group about the way the suitability analysis works. You got to get these, if you're the fisheries, you got to get the scores at 0 or close to it if they're really going to be, what we think it is in terms of impacting fisheries and removing those areas from fishing. So I think that this is all a step forward. I'm a little surprised to hear people think this is fishing hasn't been looked at. I've been tangentially watching the Oro Wind map, and the information has been up there. I do understand how it's hard to put together. I want to recognize that people have done hard work in the past in mapping the fisheries. It's really, it's difficult to do, but do recognize this is a step forward. And yeah, I think we've seen halibut missing. Yeah, Susan speaking to the question of recreational fisheries and valuing a space on the scale that you need here. Those are obviously missing and just tough to address. But from stuff that's easily addressable, that's the only one I can think of off the top of my head is the our fixed gear groundfish folks coming down from Washington.
Hey, Carrie, can I jump in? Because the comment I was going to make is somewhat closely related to what Corey just had to say. And I guess this is maybe Frank, this is a question, or maybe it's not a question at all. I haven't figured out how I'm going to frame it yet. But, with regard to temporal variability, the VMS data, especially the VMS data that was presented for HMS, suggests that there's important information about temporal variability that would be good to show. One of the slides for the HMS was scaled to 30 kilometers. I think that was 2018 to 2021. But then the scale increased up to, greater than 80 kilometers for the 2010 to 2021 time series. I guess my question based on that is which is more helpful? And, how can we best utilize that information going forward?
Well, I'll comment quickly on both of them. And these are great comments because, starting with Corey's is, it's a very good comment. And we can go and specifically grab out Washington fixed gear and take a look at it and see how it's looking. It'll take a little bit of time, but we can look at it before the process is done and have it. And I totally agree with your general idea is fisheries data is a funky beast, right? We've got all these different data sets coming from different sources that have their pluses and minuses. This is better for where you were, but this one's better for what you were doing, and this one's better for, and the more we're going that direction, and the more we can hear things from crews like this to help us VMS for this and the logbooks for that, and let's bring them together because our goal is to minimize impacts to a lot of things, but fisheries is high up there on the list. Then to Mike's question, that's something we can do. It's going to be, there's some trickiness to it because the confidentiality thing, and you're able to show more data. You deal with confidentiality issues with one of three different ways. One, bigger areas. More boats went to if the area is 10 miles on a side versus one, there were more boats in it. So you're not going to have as many confidentiality issues. More fisheries. If you have, instead of one fishery, you're looking at 10, more boats, fewer confidentiality issues, more years. So this is where, as we say, okay, let's look at something fine every year for a single fishery. We can start doing it, but we start running into confidentiality issues, that's okay. We'll still get some data out of it for, particularly the busier fisheries. And even just seeing the non-confidential data can tell you quite a bit. So we're looking at that and we will be going that way.
Yeah, thanks for that, Frank. Appreciate both those answers. Susan.
Thanks, Mike. Although I did, Lila Issei had her hand up. I don't know if she wanted to comment on something or if she had a question that already got answered. So Lila, if you do have another question, raise your hand and we'll get to you. But my question is, I was wondering if Frank or Kelly could show the combined fisheries data, the new fisheries data, overlaid on a map with the DoD and the PAC-PARS area. And, if you can do that and then come back on a little later and share your screen, that would be great. I'd just like to see how much of that Coos Bay Call area there is left that could be used for offshore wind, if there's any. I mean, we all know that these areas are completely utilized for fishing already in one form or another. But I think showing that Coos Bay Call area with the DoD and PAC-PARS that are non-negotiable constraining areas with the fisheries data might be very helpful. So if somebody can do that, we can take some more questions and come back and share that screen. Or if Kelly has it right now, there we go.
Hey, Susan. I don't have those layers, but if I'm just sort of picturing, right, if anybody knows the latitudinal value that goes up, it's somewhere right about here, right? And then there's somewhere like here. So like there's this box, if I'm remembering right, where it
Right.
cuts off. I mean,
Yeah, I don't see your
have those
cursor,
layers.
but
Kelly, we're not seeing your cursor. So
Oh, you're not?
no.
no.
Can you see it now?
Oh, there we
Yeah,
are. Yep,
there we are.
now.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm just sort of guessing here, but either James or Frank maybe can direct me. Like, I think it's right in this general area where this cutout little corner is. And then maybe up here is where the pack pars comes out.
Yeah, I think those are pretty reasonable estimations. You might be just a touch south of where you're drawing the east-west line, but not a lot. And
Yeah.
so it's
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, but I just wanted to do kind of a gut check on that, because to me, that really looks like there is nowhere in the Coos Bay call area that is really clear for offshore wind that would amount to a sizable project that could be constructed. I don't know. To me, I'm thinking it may be worthwhile in a report saying something like, we should really take a closer look at these, because between the areas that are utilized for fishing that are highly important, in these heat maps, and the constraints by DoD and the Coast Guard, that we should really take a second look at these and consider rescinding them and looking at the whole Oregon coast. I don't think that's out of the realm of what the MPC could recommend to the council. That's just my 2 cents, but I see Lila has her hand up now, so I think Corey was first, but if you have something to add to this, go ahead, and then we'll go to Corey.
Thanks, Susan. I do have a question about the DoD constraint areas and sort of following on this. So should I go now or see if Corey had something else? Oh, Kelly, can you leave that up? I'll just go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the question is for Frank, and so looking, like, if you're considering where the constraints areas would be for the DoD and the PAC-PARS area, and you're just looking at that northwestern corner of Coos Bay, is it, for those constraint areas, would the cables be allowed to go through them? Or if there was development in that northwestern corner, would the cable corridors have to run north through Hecata Bank, which is an EFH conservation area?
Yeah, questions like that, like we got a lot of hypotheticals here. And thing one is I'm definitely not ready to second guess the modeling before it's happened. The points you make are very valid. There you go. It's a lot of constrained area. We don't have a project. There's a lot of things to happen before, if there was a project where a line might go, and it's just nothing I can talk to right now.
Well, I guess my question then is more like, does the DoD, would they allow cables through the exclusion area, or is it just for like wind farm placement?
I don't know. Yeah, it's
okay. Thank you. That answers my question.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone else from home knows. It's pretty. It's at a very high level. This constraint coming down. This DoD closed area. It came down from the highest levels in DoD and only, shared with very high folks at BOEM with top secret security clearances, I can't tell you any details about it. I don't know them.
Thank you,
Okay,
Frank.
thanks, Frank.
Thank you, Lila. Thank you, Frank. Corey, go ahead, followed by Scott McMullen.
Yeah, thanks, Susan. I think Micah want to get back to Elena's point too. But I'll try to keep mine quick. Was Mike Conroy reminded me another point on this. How do you show how the importance varies by year? Which I think and Tim Simple brought that up about using the standard deviation. But going back to giving some credit to the Oregon folks and OraWind, if you look, there are maps. I remember seeing within the last couple of years where there's an animation where it goes, you play it by time period and you see how the heat maps change over time. So that's a cool way of doing it. I don't know how you do that into this suitability analysis, but just echoing that's really important too. But just in one thing that kind of really hit, through the magic of webinars, I think a few of us were able to listen in on some of the Gulf of Maine presentations on this similar analysis. And I'm going to get this wrong probably, but in the scallop fishery, I think some fishermen or representative was pointing out that in the data set they were looking at, there was an area that wasn't included that in recent years produced $500 million per year for the scallop fishery. So I was like, oh, geez, that I don't think we'll have anything as extreme as that, but these importance does shift over time. And that scallop fish, I haven't heard a more extreme example than that, but wanted to echo that point. And folks who didn't hear that example, it was a really good one to think about. And I don't think a lot of our fisheries don't get to $500 million in 10 years.
Yeah,
Good point. Thank you, Corey.
Quick comment on the time thing. I see, I think you get this with data. Once you cram it together, you can't tease it apart. So, you got to run it again, each year. And we're definitely looking to do that with the VMS. I think it might be an easier job. And then that's what we could look to get an OraWind map, but that you can do those time series with, that it's handy. So we will be looking to that.
Okay, thank you, Corey. Thank you, Frank. Scott McMullen.
Yeah, just in response to the question about whether the DoD would allow a cable, I can say that just south of Cape Arago is a cable landing station with several cables that go seaward from it. And in some routing discussions, there's been some proposals for cables to go up in the area that is shown here in red. And the answer from DoD has been, no, you can't go there. They don't tell you where you can go. They just say, submit another plan. And to my knowledge, none have been submitted for the northern areas in the block shown, but definitely in the south end, the answer was no, you can't put a cable there.
Thank you, Scott. I did have one other question somebody asked me and I didn't have the answer to. I think it was on the slide that ODF&W had that Karin was speaking to earlier, and that is, what is the meaning of the 0.001 value on the slide with the scenarios? And I could not easily explain that. So if somebody could explain that to me again, I think Yep, that's
yeah. Susan, I am not the right. This is the slide I spoke to, and I'll just say very simply, a constraint map has a score of 0. That's absolutely no go. The scale is from 0 to 1. And so the orange score of 0.001 is as close to 0 as you can get without being a constraint. But Kelly and James are the ones who know that metric more than I do. That's my simple explanation.
That's helpful to me, Karen. Thank you very much. Kelly or Frank, do you want to add to that?
This is Kelly. I don't have a whole lot to add. Yeah, we just tried to think of a score that was really, really low when you take the geometric mean across the other submodels that will be, at the very end. That this would have a, that you would be able to see the impact. So.
I have nothing to add. They know it better than me for sure.
I just remind everyone that when we talk about suitability, at this point, we're talking about suitability for development of offshore wind. And so if it says 0 suitability, then that means it's not suitable for development. If it says 0.001, then that means it's very low suitability for offshore wind development. So I just wanted to remind everyone what the suitability is referring to.
Great. Thank you, Delia.
Corey, is that a vestigial hand or is that a new hand?
Yeah.
I think vestigial, that's a good one. Yes, it's vestigial. Sorry.
Well, Carrie, it seems like we're spot on time.
So
and there's Corey put his hand up again. Although Miko also did.
Well, and Mike has a question.
I was trying to put it down.
I'll do it for you.
Confusing me. Sorry.
I'll do it for you. Whoops. Shouldn't have done that. Miko.
To be clear, when you're talking about suitability, we're only talking about one condition of suitability as far as development of offshore wind, and that is fishing conflict. Is that the case?
Yes.
Yes.
Go ahead, Kelly.
Okay.
Yeah,
Like
sorry,
a DOD would give them a 0 score, and they'd still have to abide by it, I assume.
Correct. Yeah, this is all just based on the fisheries submodel. So
Gotcha.
no other sectors involved.
Thank you.
Mike, didn't you have another point?
You talking to Miko?
No, I'm done for now, Corey.
Okay, sorry. I thought you were going to bring up, you ended your first set of questions saying you had one later, but maybe you got to it.
Well, if Yelena can get in this discussion at a later point, then it would seem that would be the more logical approach. But either way, I can wait towards the finish and one of us will take it up if that's agreeable to the chairs.
I'd say let's just do it now. I think it was the question about what would it take. Yelena can correct me, but I think it was what would it take to reopen the process or restart the process of looking at call areas in Oregon. I don't have it right in front of me, but Mike and Yelena, was that basically the gist of your question? Sort of what would it take?
Go ahead, Yelena, if you've got this.
Correct. Thanks, Carrie, and thanks, Mike.
Thanks for restating that. This is Nancy. Thanks for restating the question, Carrie. I had to duck out for a minute while you guys were going through some of the events today. So I think the answer is that everything has taken us to this point based on what we know, right? And I think Susan raised some good points. If, we are not yet done. We now have the data. We'll put it into the model. we look at the results, right? If it, you know, if we can't get any wind energy areas, then you don't get wind energy areas, right? But we have to explain our decision on how we get, if there are wind energy areas, right? We have to run through the process. You know, this has been a few years now, and you know, at first we looked at the whole coast. We took all of that to the task force. Should we do unfocused area? Should we do the whole coast? We were asked to do the whole coast. We put together a data gathering and engagement plan. We collected data into Aurowind. We went through all that process. We went through and then identified polygons within the coast of Oregon. And we put that out there. We got comments on the call. We want to know then what's in those call areas. And now we only had VMS. Now we had NIMS and ODFW data. Let us run through the model. And, you know, I think I know Doug has said this before, is that we are going to be transparent in terms of, you know, I think I told you the results of the modeling. There's going to be a narrative report for that to show what we did. And so I don't want to second guess. I think like what Frank said is that we don't know where we're going to end up. And then we need to look at what the area is there. And then, you know, then you make those kinds of decisions. Is it big enough to make something feasible in that area? We don't know. So I think that's all I want to say is that I don't think we know the answer at this point. And I'm just asking that, you know, you allow us to go through this process. This is a good discussion on data. I think we got some, you know, good input. We'll have to take a look at what that means for our next steps. And then when we get to that next step, we'll tell you what that is, right? It's not, there's no decisions made on any areas. And so I think that's kind of all I can say at this point.
Thanks for that, Nessie. Appreciate it. I just have a follow-up then, you know, and I think one of the concerns is that the analysis is being limited to areas that were identified as call areas, where now that we have access to this tool, and if we were to expand its scope and or coverage, it may show that there are areas outside of those call areas that are much less conflicted and much more amenable to you know, development. I think that's the concern expressed by some, is if you're limiting the scope of where you're looking, you might be missing areas that are probably better suited for it.
Yeah, I mean, I get that, but and I think if we find no areas in the call area, then we're there, right? But we identified these call areas based on a process, and we have these layers to put on, and the modeling to complete yet.
Thanks for that. Corey, now is your hands up again?
Someone's messing with me, or I'm just grossly incompetent with this button. Sorry.
Can you raise your hand again? Thanks. Mr. Griffin, are we good on this one?
I see Karen Braby's hand up.
Yeah, and this is maybe just a statement, maybe a question to BOEM. I know that the DoD areas came somewhat late in the process, and I'm wondering whether you have those recommendations for statewide or if that is only in the call areas. We have fishery data statewide available with some time to evaluate it, but those DoD constraint layers, I think, are an issue.
That would be our preference. And I think Scott was the one that mentioned it. They don't tell you where you can go. You propose to them where you think you might want to go, and then they tell you if you can't go there. So we don't know what the rest, they don't tell us how the rest of the area looks like.
Let's do a quick time check. We do have a couple more hands up. It's 2:08. We are supposed to get to state updates by MPC members. Nessie already gave us an overview of, or sort of an update on what's going on in the state, so we can piggyback on that. Probably shouldn't take too long, but why don't we try to wrap this discussion up? And I don't want to cut it short, because this is the MPC's chance to make sure that you hit on any sort of key points or comments now, and then we're going to turn around and start writing this up. So what we want to avoid is having something appear in the MPC's report that no one talked about, no one asked, no one said boo about, but then suddenly, something appears that is, of some importance in the MPC report. So if you got any substantial, comments or questions or concerns that haven't been covered yet, now is the time. And while you're pondering that, why don't we turn to Mike O? I'll assume that is Corey's vestigial hand up there. I think part of the problem, Corey, is there's two Corey Niles on, and so you might be muting and unmuting the other Corey Niles. But anyway, let's turn to Mike O right now.
Well, I think this fits the category you were talking about, but I haven't heard it mentioned yet. And there's still a number of people that have concerns. I think Makah tribe might be one of them also, that about the ecosystem effects that may happen with the advent of floating offshore wind. Starts out with meteorology, ocean hydrology, and then how does that affect the ecosystem? And I am no expert on this at all, but it seems like there's just a real lack of understanding or even a baseline as to what is needed to keep good productive waters coming out of the California current. And it's been talked about before. So in that regard, it has been brought up, but not today. And I don't want to let it totally escape, because I think to a lot of us, it's an unanswered question, and it needs research, and it needs to be looked at, because it's a bottom-up approach out there in the ocean, starting with the chlorophyll and the phytoplankton and the rest of it, and krill and the rest of it. So. And there's also, I think, some people acknowledge it and some just disregard it, but there's a fair amount of movement of different types of larval types, or megalopes in the case of crab, up and down the coast that are offshore and then work their way in. So ocean currents play a role in that too. Whether, some minor amount of offshore wind would maybe do nothing or very little if it develops to the degree of it they're talking about, 50 gigawatts or whatever, it might be a totally different story. So I would like at least to keep that on the record, that we still have some of us concerns about that, and we think it's a very important issue ourselves. So less productive oceans can mean less fishing, even if we do have areas where we can fish. So, and not to mention whales and the rest of it. So, all right, let it go with that. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. I'll jump in. This is Kerry again. I was looking back over the MPC's report from November, and you guys posed several questions, and one of them generally got to this, or the one that sort of jumped out at me was about biological data and primary productivity, and there are a couple, well, at least that one along those lines. Clearly this meeting today is focused on the fisheries information and data, and we didn't delve into some of those other submodels that will go into this suitability model. But I do think, I guess I'll remind, our BOEM and NCOS and colleagues, especially of the questions that were posed in November. And I know again that those layers of information will go into the final suitability model, and we look forward to hearing or reading the narrative and the explanation about that. It's too bad we don't have a few more days of this kind of venue, but we don't, unfortunately. But I guess I did want to alert our audience today to those questions that are still out there, and that includes the question that Mike Okaneski just posed, about circulation and currents and upwelling and things like that, those sorts of effects. So that's really more of a comment than a question. And I do see two more hands up. Why don't we do? It's almost 2:15. Why don't we take these two questions or comments from Scott McMullen and Steve Joner, and then I suggest we go to the state-by-state updates and make sure that see if there's anything else on top of what Nessie already covered earlier on, because we do want to provide the council with with a report on what's going on, what happened in the case of California, what might happen in the case of Oregon and Washington, and that sort of thing. So. Okay, Tim Sippel's hand is up, but Tim, we're going to focus on the NPC members right now because we're looking a little time constrained. But let's see if we have a little time after we get to Scott and Steve and the state updates to circle back with any other questions. So if that sounds okay with you guys, Scott, and then Steve Joner.
Yeah, thank you, Kerry. I think it was maybe during James Morris's presentation, but when we first saw the constraints from DoD and the PACPARs, I think it was mentioned that there was another little bit that was part of the PACPARs that wasn't included. And when I looked at the my PACPARs map, I can see there is a channel or a route through the call area that goes from Coos Bay entrance to the northwest. And I wonder, why is it that that channel wasn't included? Is that for BOEM? Is that because there's some negotiation with the Coast Guard on PACPARs, or just curious why that isn't included in the constraint area that was shown? Thank you.
Yeah, and I can say you nailed it. There's discussions going on with BOEM and the Coast Guard about that area.
Okay, thank you.
Steve? Oops, I'm muted. How about Steve Joner?
There, couldn't unmute. So, yeah, I was kind of holding off saying anything because I figured with two Corys and one Mike, we were pretty well covered. But I'll just add to what Mike and Kerry said about the other analyses we want to see. And, I think this was very helpful today, looking at where the fisheries are occurring. And, that raises one of the primary concerns the tribes have, and that is if these offshore wind areas are developed and those fisheries are displaced, they're going to have to go somewhere else. And that is going to, in more than one way, have an impact or could have an impact on the tribes areas, either with more vessels going there just because they are limited in where they can fish, and then the unknown ecosystem impacts of moving those fisheries to a different area. So what we're waiting to see, the tribes, particularly Makah, or I'll say all the tribes, are a comparable analysis of, the ecosystem impacts that Mike talked about, and the identification of the sensitive areas that could be impacted, like larval nursery areas. And until we see that, we're going to continue to have doubts and serious concerns. So I'll just say that we're waiting for that. We want to see something as detailed as we were presented today that does address all of those ecosystem concerns that we've raised. Thanks.
Thanks, Steve. Co-chairs, how about we go to the state-by-state updates, if that's all right with you. We're sort of running a little bit out of time here, so if that's okay with you, why don't we start with California and work our way up?
That sounds good to me. I'll fall on the sword and do California and do it relatively quickly. I do want to make, before I get into the state specific thing, I assume some of you have seen that the Small Business Administration has scheduled a roundtable on the renewable energy modernization rule. That is scheduled for February 28th at 11 a.m. And we will certainly be sending that announcement around to folks on the MPC later on today. In terms of California, I think Nessie hit most of it. The one thing that I will say is that when the California Coastal Commission conditionally concurred on BOEM's consistency determination request, they included as one of the conditions the establishment of a fisheries working group. In talking with the California Coastal Commission, they are looking to set that up and have that operational right around the time that the leases get signed. And I suspect that many of the folks on this call, especially those from California, will be looking to actively participate in that. And that's pretty much all I got for California in terms of an update. So let's move to the next northern state, Oregon. Oh, hold on.
Hi, everyone. This is Delia.
Sorry, Delia. I see Eric Wilkins has got his hand up. I think he wants to add to that. Sorry.
Okay, Eric.
And Eric, if you're talking, we can't hear you. We still can't hear you, Eric.
You are unmuted on our end, Eric. You might need to, I don't know if I assume you're on your computer, so you might want to check your audio settings. Okay. Let's circle back to Eric.
Well, I'm gonna take a pass on Oregon. I think we've covered the basis for what's going on in Oregon today. So I am, unless there's anyone else, Susan or anyone else who wants to offer anything about Oregon, let's go ahead and pass to Washington.
Hey, Mike, I do have a little bit of information on Oregon. Just so most of you guys know, the Ocean Policy Advisory Councils has OPAC has a working group on the Territorial Sea Plan Part 4, which is dealing with subsea cables. And we've had some good discussions in the last few meetings about cables and what it means, and especially moving forward with the advent of potential offshore renewable energy. So that is an ongoing process. Happy to explain more. Delia and who am I missing? Scott McMullen are also on that committee. But really, it's not as germane to this discussion. I just wanted to make you guys aware of it. Delia, did I miss anything else about that you'd like to add, or Scott?
Not from me, Susan. I think it's useful just in terms of knowing that the state is working on getting our head around cables through the working group through OPAC. That's also driven in part large part by a state House bill from a couple of years ago. There are also a couple more bills this year, but for the sake of time, I don't want to get into that with this group. They don't directly have to do with the fishing activity. So,
Exactly.
Unless you all want me to, but I think we've talked enough about Oregon today.
Yep, I agree.
I'll jump in. I think everyone is probably aware of this, but the Pacific Ocean Energy Trust Offshore Wind Conference is happening in Portland. It's Northwest centric, so not just Oregon, but it is happening in Portland on February 28th and March 1st. And we can put a link in the chat if anyone's interested.
Who's on the hook for Washington?
Maybe Corey.
Say again.
Corey or Mike Go?
Go ahead.
Or both.
Yeah, I think Mike O and I were gonna tag team. Carrie asked us to give you all an update on WCMAC activities. Mike, do you want me to kick it off? Do you want to just take it?
No, I think actually, Corey, it's pretty short and sweet. I think, and you've been involved in the process that's moved at all. So why don't you just do it and probably be out of the way in a few minutes.
Okay. Yeah, please jump in where I short shrift it. And yeah, sorry, we didn't coordinate on this. The short of it, the WCMAC, which I think we've talked about here before, is a governor's advisory council made up of appointed stakeholder reps by the governor and state agencies. Tribes are invited to participate, not official members of the council, but it largely came into existence with our legislative mandate to do a marine spatial plan, and it was a major advisor to the state as it produced that and continues to weigh in on coastal issues. So yeah, we've as was mentioned, with the two unsolicited lease requests we've gotten for waters off Washington, Wilm's got for waters off Washington. We've been the question of how to engage in that has been on everyone's mind since I think it's going on a year or close to that. So and now I've forgotten the timeline, but just this past December at the WCMAC meeting, WCMAC sent a letter to the governor introducing what were called these principles of engagement that the WCMAC would like to see when it comes time for that state-federal engagement process on siting offshore wind. I thought a lot of the work was done by the Offshore Wind Committee, which includes members of the WCMAC and non-WCMAC members like Miko. And I think it was really very, Larry Thievick, Dale Beasley, Mike were as engaged as anyone in those, and we were looking to where we've seen the process elsewhere and how we might like it in Washington. Again, the idea here is this goes to the governor. Bohm talks to the governor on what a state federal engagement might look like. And so these are to the governor with that in mind. I don't want to go through them in much detail. Maybe I'll just read them off, and you can help me fill in where points of emphasis. But I shared this with the MPC. I don't know if it's posted anywhere, but we can find that out. But basically, it's 4 principles, or 5, excuse me. Basically calling for a transparent process, one that's consistent, timely, meaningful. I think one difference is folks have looked at how the task force on principle 3 that the task force, one aspect of it in other states is it doesn't involve stakeholders as directly as other processes, and so calling for a way for more stakeholder involvement. And integrating local and community knowledge into decision making, and just in number 5 is expecting BOEM and the state to work together on our federal and state legal mandates and engage the public in those and how the decisions go. And I'm not doing justice to this. It's not very long, 4 pages that you all can read. If anyone doesn't have it, happy to send it to them. And Mike, hopefully you can jump in and emphasize some things that I've short shrifted or missed there.
Oh, well, you pretty well covered it. I think that we were able to get to an agreement that I guess was consensus in the end, as I recall, from the technical team that advises the WCMAC. And WCMAC seemed to keep most of what we put in the document they sent to the governor. So I thought that process went very well, a little argumentative when we started, and seemed to smooth out pretty nicely. So Corey underscores himself. He had a role in it for sure. And Larry and Dale are co-chairs and on the technical committee, and it played out pretty well, I thought. So anyway, that's it. Covered it, all the points I would have. Thanks.
Thanks, Mike. And I don't know if I remember saying this or not, but for Steve Jonah, the technical committee, WCMAC, recognizes that the tribes are going to be having government-to-government consultations separately with BOEM. So we emphasize the importance of those, recognizing their separate and equal to the state's process here, but looking to work with the tribes as well.
Hey, Carrie. Yeah, I just want to call people's attention. I guess Eric's mic isn't working, and he wanted to add to the California update that the state is moving forward with its AB 525. One of the requirements of that state legislation is to include within its strategic plan some sea space identification and planning for future offshore wind areas, understanding that the state's goal is 25 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2045. In the coming weeks, the California Energy Commission will be announcing additional webinars and workshops for presenting to the public sea space planning efforts. And we will keep an eye out for those and surely send those links around if and or when they're announced for anybody who's interested.
Thank you, Mike. I do have one more sort of seed I want to plant. Following up on the discussion or comment we had about, the other submodels and data sets on, habitat and, sort of the ecological, in the ecological realm, among other submodels. We have another NPC meeting coming up in a couple of weeks. And while, I don't know that the council will be taking this up at its April meeting, we'd have to sort of see how that plays out. But I was wondering if that might be a time for us to ask our other agency partners, BOEM and NCOS, to come back and share some of the biological and habitat and ecological data that will be going into the model. I don't know. I guess I don't know if you need to answer that question right now, but I would like to plant that seed. It might be a good opportunity for the NPC and the public to hear a little bit more detail if the timing works out. So, if Nessie or someone wants to respond to that now, you're welcome to, but I don't need to put you on the spot, and we can certainly circle back. So. So maybe, if the rest of the NPC thinks that's a good idea, then we can reach out to Nessie and crew and see if that might work.
Yeah, I can jump in there. Carrie, I'll definitely make a note of that and talk with the BOEM folks here about that and follow up with you. So thank you.
Cool.
Larry, when would that meeting be?
February 23rd.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, in fact, yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll circle back, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I knew I just threw that out there. So, let's chat and see if that's feasible within 3 weeks. Okay, I have 2:33. So I suggest.
Yeah, Delia's got her
Yeah,
hand up, so maybe we want to go to her before we switch over to Diane.
I thought that was from before, but go ahead, Delia, if you have something else.
Nope, it's new. Thanks, Gary. Thanks, Mike. I just wanted to clarify when you talk about the questions, the outstanding questions having to do with ecosystems, there was a couple of those questions that came from the Habitat Committee, right? So I'm assuming you're kind of lumping those together. I don't know if there might be a Habitat Committee meeting that we could kind of piggyback on. Maybe that would be an opportunity to hear about it too on a different date.
Yeah, that might be a little tricky looking at the Habitat Committee's meeting during the March council meeting. The agenda is fairly full, but that's a possibility. I appreciate you mentioning that.
Okay. Yeah, it's not something that I participate in or keep track of, but just wanted to make sure that those questions from the Habitat Committee were kind of being lumped in there with areas of interest for ecosystems. So
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Maybe Susan will be good enough to put a link to the Habitat Committee report from November, or I can, Susan, if you didn't. She did put a link to the NPC's report from November.
Yep, I can do that.
Thank you.
Hey, Carrie.
Yeah.
Sorry. Well, as you know, we hang on. I mean, at least I hang on until you guys are done, but some might go off. But I just wanted to, before you go to aquaculture, again, express my for all the time that everyone here has put forward. I mean, it's a long day, and just to be with us, to listen to us, and maybe sometimes to be frustrated with us. Let us continue what we're doing here. We'll come back and show you the next phase when we have modeling results and all the drafts. And, I guess I just want to leave you with the point of, there's no areas identified, and, we're evolving through this process, and, just want to thank everyone for sticking with us. So that's it.
Absolutely. And I think that it's a good time to thank you all for all your efforts. I realize we're moving on to aquaculture and other things, so some of you might be dropping off, but but to Nessie and Frank and James and Kelly and Lila, of course, and Justin and Karin and everyone else who sort of has had a hand in this. Frank, I don't know if I mentioned your name. You guys are really doing a lot of work, and yeah, it's difficult and not always well received, and but we appreciate the efforts, and I've said this before, but BOEM has been or offered to be at every single council meeting and every single MPC meeting, and we do appreciate your availability and engagement. So thank you. Okay, with that said, why don't we shift gears here a little bit, unless Frank was going to say something. Okay. Yeah, we have Diane Wyndham here with NOAA, National Marine Fisheries Service, and she is going to give us an update on the current status of the NOAA aquaculture opportunity areas, and then after that, she can take some questions, and then we'll turn to our last agenda item of the day, which will be to plan for the NPC report and the March council meeting and wrap up the meeting. So Diane, if you're ready, well, why don't you go ahead?
Great. Yes, I'm here. If you guys want me to turn my camera on, I can, but no need to if y'all don't care. Thank you again for inviting me to update the MPC. It's always a pleasure. So just to give you guys a little bit of context, as you'll recall, NOAA Fisheries did publish a notice of intent to prepare the programmatic EIS for aquaculture opportunity areas in Southern California. And that was the start of the public scoping process, which is to inform the scope of our analysis and development of the alternatives to be considered in that NEPA document. And so that notice of intent was published in May of 2022 and was open for a 60-day comment period, which closed July 22nd of 2022. And again, as a refresher, the notice of intent addresses the identification of one or more AOAs in Southern California. It also made note of 2 public scoping meetings that were held during that 60-day public comment period, where NOAA Fisheries West Coast Region invited public scoping comments through the Federal Register notice that was published on May 23rd of 2022. And that information is also reflected on our web pages. So we're outside of the public comment period now, which limits what I can talk about in terms of content of the developing programmatic EIS. But what I did want to share with you all is that we made the decision both for the Southern California AOA as well as the Gulf of Mexico AOA to prepare a summary scoping report, which is not required under NEPA, but we thought it was a useful tool to present the nature of the public comments that we did receive in one place, so that it's easy to reference those comments. And they are all still available at regs.gov. But we thought it was useful to try and provide sort of an overview and summary of those comments. And so the purpose of this report is to summarize the input that we received as sort of a high-level overview of the nature and content of public comments. And in some cases, commenters submitted written letters or they provided oral comments at the listening sessions. Both the written and oral comments are all captured in the scoping report summary verbatim. And in an appendix, the content of the summary report is a little more condensed than that, but we do have appendices to the summary report with the verbatim comments, both oral and written. And so the purpose of this report is not to interpret or explain any of the comments, but simply provide a record of the correspondence and commenting that we have received. And so we're hoping that that's a useful tool for everyone. And we have completed the draft, and it is now in review at the Office of Aquaculture headquarters. So our desire and intent is to actually finalize and present this report on our web pages, hopefully in February. That's our goal. And I'll also be emailing notifications out. We have a whole rollout plan that we're planning for the summary report. So that's the status of what we're working on right now while we are developing the draft programmatic EIS, which is in fact informed by these comments that we have received, both in terms of the scope of analysis as well as the development and refinement of alternatives to be considered in the analysis. So I'll stop there and see if there are any additional comments about that, and then I can give you a brief update on the timeline.
Hey, Diane, can I ask a quick question?
I don't see any
Okay,
hands.
not hearing.
Yeah, thanks.
Yes,
you said
please.
that you're shooting for the rollout of the final summary report, scoping report in February. Is that toward the end of this month then?
Yes, I know it's already upon us. That is our goal. There have been a few minor administrative delays. We've had some changes in personnel, mostly at the headquarters level, that have created a few delays. We also have to ensure that the report is 508 compliant for folks with disabilities. And so all of those things are happening now so that the formatting is 508 compliant, so that when we present it on our web pages, it can be accessed in other formats depending on the need.
Perfect. Thanks. Sorry, Carrie, I didn't mean to step on you.
No, not at all. I was just going to ask about the timing. So it's all good.
Okay. Well, as I said, we have been and are working on developing the programmatic EIS, developing major chapter headers and table of contents, and various aspects of the types of analyses that we'll be needing to bring to bear in the programmatic EIS. We have incredible support from the NCOS team, which has gone well beyond the initial stages of developing the spatial atlas. There will be additional spatial analyses that will be needed for the programmatic EIS, and NCOS is ready and able to continue providing that kind of support. We also have a whole team of science expertise, both internal to the Office of Aquaculture and within our regions, to assist us with these analyses relative to disease and animal health management, genetics, marine engineering, social and economic implications, all of those things that we have to address under NEPA. And so we actually have teams established that include NCOS as well as our science centers to help us address these issues. And we have an internal team that has representatives from all of our divisions, so Sustainable Fisheries and Protected Resources and Habitat are part of this team as we start working through the actual analyses. And so we're trying to have as balanced an approach as possible. So all those things being said, and a nod to my earlier statement that we've had some delays due to some administrative issues and personnel changes and so forth, that has affected our timeline for our anticipated publication of the draft programmatic EIS. And so right now, based on what we know now and not predicting any additional unforeseen circumstances, we're anticipating being able to publish the draft programmatic EIS in the Federal Register in approximately mid-2024. And quite a bit of the time in there obviously is spent on the actual writing and preparation and the analysis conducted for the PEIS, but also there are many stages of review both in our region and at the Office of Aquaculture. And so those are all being built into the timeline and create some additional delays. So beyond that, I don't want to speculate on dates. We're trying to be mindful of these things take time, and we're trying to take the time necessary to develop a robust and sound document. I'm happy to continue to keep you all updated at council meetings and MPC meetings at your pleasure. So that's not going to come to an end. I'm happy to continue to provide that and provide as much detail as I can without getting sideways with NEPA guidance. So we do have to honor that process. So I'll stop there and see if there's any additional questions.
No questions. So I guess you covered it, Diane.
Okay, well, thank you. If questions come up later, of course, any of you can follow up with me directly. And I did want to mention, I don't know if it was mentioned earlier, but it's really more of an international conference these days, but the World Aquaculture Society Aquaculture America Conference is coming up February 24th through the 27th or 26th, but essentially the 27th. That'll be a travel day. So many of us will be out of pocket during that time, and I know that coincides with the next MPC meeting. I will be in attendance at the Aquaculture America Conference, and I don't anticipate that I'll have any additional updates for the MPC meeting on the 23rd. But Carrie, I can touch base with you that week, and we can see if I have any new information, especially relative to the scoping report summary.
Okay, that sounds good. And I think you said later February you were hoping to have that summary done. Did I hear that right?
Yeah, we're hoping to be able to actually share it. The report is basically done. It's going through just some formatting and, as I mentioned, the 508 compliance. And so that's being done by others out of the Office of Aquaculture, so I don't have any control over that. So we're just kind of waiting to get the word that it's done. And then we can commence with executing our rollout plan and sharing that document with you all and posting it to our webpage. So our goal is to be able to do that by the end of February.
Hey, Carrie, can I ask a totally unrelated question of Diane? Diane, do you have any updates on the Pacific Ocean Aquafarms project and where that is in its process?
I knew you were going to ask. I mean, I don't blame you. I would ask too. So thank you for the question. I don't have any really informational updates. The draft EIS is under preparation with the third-party contractor and oversight from our NOAA NEPA team at headquarters who are leading the NEPA effort. And so, I don't have direct contact on a regular basis with the consultants that are preparing the draft document, but I know that it is in preparation. I don't have any updates on the timeline. I can try and get additional information for a future update.
No, perfect. Thanks. I appreciate that. And just for those who don't know what Diane and I are talking about, there's a proposed finfish farm that is being proposed off Southern California that's been in the works for a while, and this was just a way to get caught up on that. So thanks for that, Diane. Appreciate it.
Of course. Yeah, I wish I had more information to share, but hopefully soon.
Okay, thanks, Diane. I don't see any more hands up. So I appreciate you joining us for that brief update and look forward to seeing the summer report, in the next few weeks at some point.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Okay, so I guess that brings us to our last agenda items, or item, which is plans for putting together the MPC report for the March council meeting, and wrap this up. So earlier in the meeting, I had suggested, I see the chat from Don Vernon. Thank you very much, Don. Feel free to shoot me an email or Susan or Mike if you have our info, and we'd be happy to follow up. I know you didn't get a chance to make your comment, but just grab us sometime and we can follow up.
I noticed that we didn't put a space in for public comment after lunch. Do we want? I mean, dare we?
It is at the chair's discretion. So, we're actually doing okay time-wise. So, if you guys want to open it up, then you're welcome to. I think it even says that there may be more public comment at your discretion.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody would want to give public comment, but I think we've carved off some time. Well, Corey Niles looks like he wants to give some public comment. Um,
No, I was gonna say, and I actually raised my hand on purpose this time. But I was gonna say I was trying to raise my hand before the state updates. I know Tim Sippel was waiting to say something on our last topic, and for me, it's always better to hear comments on the topics when we're on them. But I don't know if he's still interested. But I know Tim didn't get to one of his comments on the suitability stuff, and I would be interested in hearing it. Is my point?
yeah, and this is obviously. Go ahead, Carrie. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, well, I was just gonna say, if it's okay with the chairs, yeah, go for it. I doubt we're going to get a flood of public comments right now, but yeah, if Tim is still here and willing to speak, and Don, you could have your shot too. Go for it. Don't be shy now.
Is Tim still on?
That's what I was just looking for.
I think Don had to leave, but I did ask his question for him. It was about the 0.001, meaning on that slide that Karin showed about the constraints, fisheries constraints. So he did get his question asked, but he may have more. I just don't think he's on here anymore.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think
Yeah,
they're both
and
gone.
to your point, Corey, Tim private messaged me, and I think I was able to dance around his question.
Great. Thanks, Mike.
Okay. Well, sometimes these things have a way of resolving themselves. So, is there anyone else who has a comment or a question who's not on the MPC? Okay. Then back to our wrap-up agenda item. Timing wise, I had suggested having individual sections to me by next Wednesday, 7 days from now, and then I could hopefully fairly quickly turn those around into a consolidated draft MPC report, send it right back out to y'all for a couple of days of review and edit, and then have it ready for the briefing book by on or about the 13th, which is getting close to the deadline that I have to have it turned in by. So I'll also look to Mike and Susan here for our rapporteurs. Mike, and you can correct me or fill in any blanks. Mike was going to write up the aquaculture opportunity area, or whatever aquaculture updates there were. Mike Conroy was, and then you might need to remind me who else had volunteered. I know Mike O offered to help with parts of the of the fisheries data and information. Who am I missing? And I think Delia also offered to help. Did you? Delia is always offering to help, so I just assumed she did.
And I think Lila offered to help on the suitability. I'm happy to work on that as well. So.
Well, I'm wondering
Yeah.
if we can block this
Right.
out. Sorry,
Yeah.
go ahead.
You want to do the easy ones first, Carrie? Oh yeah,
Sounds good.
I was voluntold for the AOA stuff, and I'm fine with that. I think the state by state updates, if we can just assign somebody paragraph. I know it's Steve and myself, and we'll bring Eric in. We can write a paragraph about what's happened. The California didn't have that relatively soon. I would hope that folks from Oregon can do the similar, and then Mike and Corey can work on a paragraph for Washington.
Yep. I can write something up on Oregon, and it's going to be short. So yeah, that's no problem.
And I think
Ditto.
with a
Washington.
small W. Sorry, Carrie.
W.
I'm never going to live that down.
I suspect that C is going to be the one that is going to have the most to it. maybe the approach, and we all know how Google Docs can be fun, but maybe the approach there is to have a discussion about what we want to include in that and then go from there. Because I'm sure that we each have different perspectives on what we would like the report to the council to look like on that item and what our potential recommendations may be.
Yep. That works for me, Mike.
I'm happy to contribute to that part too.
Thank you, Lila. That was you, Lila, right?
Yes.
I'm wondering if we should break that up into different sort of sections, you know, like James's spatial suitability modeling, you know, sort of the big picture thing. You know, the methods and the maps that Kelly Andrews presented, the VMS information. And, you know, I don't know if that's the right way to go or not, but just, you know, as a way to sort of break this up into manageable pieces, I thought I'd throw that out there, but I'm open to any ideas. I don't want to leave it kind of wide open though.
Carrie. Sorry. Kelly, Carrie. I can write up, you know, what the NIMS and ODFW team provide a summary of that. Do you want us to include like copies of the slides that we shared, or do you just want like a paragraph summary?
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. Two questions on the slides. One is, I think you did say that they would be available to share publicly. So when could we post those to the to our meeting webpage? And then the other question is, you know, the other question, I don't know what the answer is. Which slides do we want to include in the actual report or not? What I could see is, you know, linking in the report, linking to where all the slides are housed, or, you know, or picking certain slides out for, you know, to sort of supplement the written report. So I don't know. I'm open to ideas there.
Yeah, I think I'll want to talk with Delia about like when, you know, we could provide a copy of the slides. And I see she has her hand up, so I'm just going to turn to Delia right now.
Yeah, I think those are pretty much ready to go soon, Lila, as soon as some of the stuff that we didn't have time for today gets removed. But my point I was just going to make is that I think in the interest of brevity, and we're trying to keep this report really brief, so I think just, you know, links to where the slides and recordings will be housed for more information is the way to go, and just keep it to really brief, maybe even just bullets of kind of some of the talking points that we went through today. Would that be sufficient, Carrie and chairs?
I think we want, generally, yeah, I'm a big fan of brevity, and we don't want to write this big, long, you know, narrative report. So we do want to focus on, you know, the important sort of take home messages. You know, I don't know that just bullet points would do the trick, but I totally support, you know, sort of streamlined, you know, concise information. The other thing that we haven't really talked about is, and I assume that the authors of this would put in any recommendations that the committee has for the council as far as you know, providing feedback, right? Because we need to look at this in terms of being able to hand this back, you know, having the council endorse whatever we write, and then like turning into a letter, or just saying, look, BOEM and NCOS and NIMS, here's this report. We would like you to consider it, you know, a sort of official comment back to you. So think of this report in those terms, and think about any recommendations we have. that we want the council to relay back to BOEM or endorse. So I don't know if that exactly answers your question, but somewhere
it does. That helps me a lot, and I kind of wanted to reiterate something you said earlier about the recommendations being based on today's discussion as opposed to afterthoughts, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and Carrie, I think we can, in our written statement, we don't need to include slides necessarily, unless there's one that stands out that we're referencing. And we could include links to the slide decks and the recording. But when we give our presentation of our report in person in March, that's where we may want to include, slides in our slide presentation, because we're not going to read the whole report. We're going to do a summary presentation like we have in the past, right?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Yeah.
Depending on how long it is. Yeah, and we need to work out the logistics for the March council meeting. We may have someone from BOEM present, or NIMS or ODFW. So we need to figure out. We have an hour and a half on the agenda. I think, or no, 2.5 hours. Sorry. So I'll be working with you all on figuring out who will be speaking, during that agenda item, and coordinating that.
Hey, Carrie. Yeah, I'll fall on the sword and write up a paragraph about NCOS, and it'll basically be just repeat what they saw in, throw a link to the presentation that James gave in September on the floor, and perhaps just summarize what may be new or anything like that. But I can certainly do that part of it.
Sounds good. Thank you. Well, I think the bulk of this is going to be what Lila volunteered to write up, is the NIMS and ODF and W data. And then there's the VMS information. I don't know if someone wants to, if you guys think we should have a separate section on that, or what?
Yeah,
I would recommend a separate section for that.
I don't have any problem just adding a few points. I'm pretty familiar with what it is Frank went through today, so I can add a couple things about his presentation.
Okay, Delia, that would be great.
Hey, Corey's got his hand up.
Corey, vestigial Corey.
Yeah, I guess, what in Delia's question, which I know is always a little gray, on like what do we put in the report versus what we discussed. But so I didn't know if people had anything they were worried about going too far. One that I know there's been some big questions that Susan, for example, raised, others raised. Basically, the one of the big questions having to do with looking at the data just within the polygons versus outside of as well. So I don't, do people have ideas they're worried about us going too far with, or in the statement, or areas they think we should go with, just to get expectations out there that people aren't saying things in the report that others aren't comfortable with, if we have a bit of time. And to me, the VMS is part of that same question. If we're trying to summarize what Frank told us, that's one thing, but what we all think might be done with it in the broader analysis is the same question. Part of the same question to me.
That's a good question, Corey. And one of the things that I wanted to ask at some point before we disbanded is, the elephant in the room is, we've heard suggestions from a number of folks that we should recommend to the council that the council consider asking BOEM to rescind the call areas. I have my opinion on that. I'm sure other folks on this call have different opinions on that. So how do we approach that? Do we approach that as something that we heard, or is it something that we want to, as as the Marine Planning Committee, recommend that or include that within a suite of potential recommendation that the council can consider? I don't know that I know the answer to that, but I'm curious for other people's thoughts on it. I go. Oh, yeah,
Mike,
go ahead,
can I
Delia,
respond?
please.
Oh, sorry, I didn't get my hand up. But I just wanted to say that I think for the sake of the report, I would like to, note what we heard today and the suggestions that we heard, and then put forward a couple of suggestions, council should consider what we heard today and kind of put it forward like that. On the March 9th council floor, there won't be very much time for that kind of discussion. And so I don't know if anyone here feels more strongly like we need to put forward a stronger recommendation. I guess I would kind of caution against that, because we also heard from BOEM that their intent is to see through the process for the existing call areas before considering other areas. So we would want to characterize all parts of that discussion, I guess is what I'm saying. That's my viewpoint.
Yeah, no, don't disagree. Don't disagree. Mike O.
Yeah, I think I go along with that with one maybe caveat, and that is present a few of the challenges that are out there. And, that one of them being is where they've started up in this process of the old BOEM methodology, and then, had a new introduction of a different direction to go. And just spinning that around in itself is a little bit of a challenge. But the DOD part of it, I mean, it's. I think if we just portrayed it, some of the challenges and some of the opportunities that could be available by, some people pointed out that just starting from scratch again would be maybe something they had to look at. But I don't know that I don't think we want to go hard over and push for that necessarily. So that makes sense.
Perfect sense. Corey, is that a leftover?
Yeah, or it anticipated that I was about to say something. Yeah, I didn't want to hear twice because I was using audio, but I don't. I'll figure out my button issue later. But yeah, I guess I thank you for having this discussion on what people's in mind. I said I had thoughts about that would stop because of time, but in hearing what public comment is, what Mike Conroy's position, what Susan said. I mean, we can analytically say what this method, again, not fully understanding it, but what this can and can't tell you. And I think Heather Mann spoke to it, and Brent Payne is this can't tell us if some other areas that aren't mapped would have less impact than these areas. So that is an analytical thing to say, because that the method isn't doing that. Nessie saying that, if it looks like none of the areas of these are suitable, then they'd start over. Well, I don't even think that method does that for you. So there's issues that we didn't get to today. I understand people wanting to, we don't want to say things we haven't fully discussed, but coming from the technical team, history of being on technical teams, our job is to peer review type that what you can and can't conclude from the data you're using. I have issues, I would say, if there was time. And so maybe if Delia's proposal is these should be discussed, but there's not going to be time in March, that's fair enough. But to conclude that we think anything more than that, I don't know. There's been some valid points being made, and Yeah, the process is not ours to decide, but I mean, we're here to give our independent views and evaluate those that we've heard. So I'm not sure where to stop. Is what the line is.
No, I think you're expressing, I know you're expressing what I'm thinking, right? I mean, the call areas ended at 1,300 meters, which we've now heard is no longer really a constraint. You know, could BOEM, could everyone find less conflicted areas that serves everybody's purpose? I think we can write something up that says that without necessarily saying where that's likely to lead. But that'll be our challenge, right? Susan.
Thanks, Mike. I know we've sort of danced around this, but I would personally, as the GAP rep to the MPC, I would not be surprised if the GAP comes out with a report in March. We have several GAP members listening in on this and who have also provided comment, you know, and says that we should recommend that BOEM rescind these areas right away. So I don't think that's out of line for us to recommend at this point. To me, that just makes sense. I mean, it's easy to see that the Coos Bay area, call area, is conflicted all the way around. I mean, I just don't see how it's economically feasible anymore to consider that area as suitable for offshore wind in any manner of speaking. Then again, I'm not an offshore wind developer, so. But having said that, I would not be surprised if some of our advisory bodies make that recommendation in their reports to the council. So I would not be shy about that if that's what we agree on. But I'm open to other ideas as well.
Mike, I'm going to skip over you for a second and let the beloved staffer, Mr. Griffin, wow us with his wisdom. Go ahead, Kerry.
Oh, you're skipping straight to me. You didn't have to do that, but while I have the floor, yeah, I mean, I think we've seen and heard, you know, really clearly that there's a lot of challenges to, especially the Coos Bay call area, and there's clearly interest from some of the MPC members to make that statement, you know, affirmatively, that, you know, to tell BOEM that they need to start over. We've also heard BOEM definitively say, we are going to see this process through, and if, you know, at the end of the day there are no good options in those call areas, then that's our answer, and then, you know, we'll regroup. So you know, yeah, the individual advisory bodies, you know, knowing the gap, they might very well make that recommendation, and I think that's been stated, you know, at least verbally, if not in writing before. As you know, the staff officer, I would be a little bit hesitant to make a, you know, a definitive statement saying BOEM should, you know, start over right now, because if for no other reason, you know, that that's not going to happen. So maybe the sweet spot is, you know, acknowledging the serious concerns and challenges, you know, that the concerns that sort of, you know, the council world sees, and the challenges that BOEM has before them, acknowledge that and repeat, you know, what we heard from Nessie today, which was, we don't know, you know, what's going to come out the other end of this. We're going to go through the process, and, you know, one possibility is that there are no good alternatives. And, you know, this committee could say, in that situation, you know, we would encourage, you know, or we would support starting over. But, you know, for me personally, you know, from my position, I would be a little bit hesitant to make that recommendation. And I'm going to guess that there's a couple of other MPC or a couple of MPC members who might be a little queasy about making such a sort of a strong statement. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, thanks for that, Kerry. Michael.
Well, I think Susan convinced me a little bit being on the Gap. But I mean, BOEM has an opportunity to, I guess, do the right thing. And it's with some self-examination of where they are right now and looking at those challenges. We don't necessarily have to recommend that they go one way or another, but I think they should weigh all the pluses and minuses. The other thing that scares me a little bit is I don't think just because it's got areas that are conflicted with fishing, that may not stop a command from on high coming forward and saying, get this damn thing done. So I mean, at least we could point out that it seems like the opportunity for developing that thing is looking like it's going to be more costly and more time consuming, and I don't even know exactly what the DoD is talking about, or the PAC PARS for that matter, where that's going to end up. So I guess you could say it's an option that they might want to consider, or something like that as an option. Or we can just come out swinging, I guess, and say we ought to get out of there. But I don't know if that helps, but I don't think that just kind of letting BOEM say that there's no problems there, let's just keep going forward, or acting as if there isn't enough there to talk them away from it. So I don't know. It's just that I think we can state it without having to say we're advocating for this particular thing, or we can even say that. I'm not sure what the CPS team is going to end up saying yet. Most of our guys don't fish in there, but a few do. So it's kind of a tricky one, I guess. But it seems like the writing's on the wall. I mean, and that's why I kept asking about the other areas and how they're doing it. And Nessie kept going back and saying, well, they're doing the wind energy areas after they do the, but they've already identified the call areas. It looked to me like there were whole big swaths of areas that were kind of conflicted. And then, other areas that were clearly more than just one or two call areas that they thought would be good. This is the Gulf of Mexico. And I don't know where they're going with the Gulf of Maine, but it looks like they're attempting to get as much of the suitability model working for them to give them direction, or help them give direction as they can before they strike out and put the call areas together. But that might all go out the window with the modernization. Which was going to bring that up if we're going to comment on that.
Let me respond to the last thing you brought up. Yes, BOEM's using the UNCOS model, and they've used it differently in the Gulf of Mexico and Central Atlantic. I think Nessie hit the nail on the head. They use that in informing the draft WIAs. Call areas were announced before UNCOS came into play for BOEM. We're seeing BOEM try to utilize NCOS at the call area stage in the Gulf of Maine. And you're right, Mike. I mean, they are using it to winnow it down, which is, that's vastly different than what we saw off California, right? Off California, the call areas became the lease areas with minor adjustments to the Morro Bay call area and removal of Diablo Canyon. But, I think BOEM learned from that, and now they're going big and winnowing things down based in part on what this model shows us. But as we pointed out, it doesn't show us what the areas outside of the call areas look like. So, yeah, I don't know the right approach for that.
Well, it seems logical if you looked at everything you've got to work with and said these areas are going to have minimal conflicts and produce a fair amount of wind, or enough to justify going out there, that they might want to do that if they want to preserve fishing and a few other things. But I don't know. I mean, it was a little murky how I'm glad you explained that, because I wasn't quite sure where Maine was going, if they were going to follow the Gulf of Mexico. But yeah, I got the impression they wanted to get a baseline down before they started issuing the call areas out. So
Yeah,
for
no,
Maine anyway.
specific to Maine, they've got draft call areas up, but they haven't formally published those draft call areas, right? And that's what those meetings that some of us have participated in are going to help inform the development of the draft call areas, which is, also going to incorporate the NCOS model. So they're, the process is changing. It seems like it's changing with each new area that's identified for offshore wind development.
Yeah, it's an evolvement process going on. Do they listen? Do the developers have a walk? Can they walk in the office and say, "Hey, we like these areas here," and what about a call area? I mean, does it influence them at all, or has it been? I would think California was one where it did.
Look at Gulf of Maine, right? I mean, they published, they showed their work, they showed the areas that there was commercial interest in, and those are all encompassed within the call areas. So clearly, and I don't know that I disagree with this approach, clearly you want to put, if there's going to be offshore winds located somewhere, you want it to be in a place that it's actually going to work, right? So what developers have to say in terms of whether an area is even suitable for offshore wind should be a part of the conversation, at least at the planning side of it. But so should be, areas that are important to fisheries.
Yeah, I realize the balancing act that has to take place, but it seems like it's been kind of one-sided up till now. But anyway, we're not solving this. I'll go along with that, whatever the group decision is. But I think Susan made a good point, though.
Mr. Niles.
Yeah, I think, well, I was just going to say, I was hoping to get the discussion going just to see where everyone was. I don't think it would be good if we all agreed or tried to force each other to one point of view. So and we've been doing a good job of it so far. As this group is new, it's different, and then it combines like management teams and advisory bodies into one. And we've been doing a good job of expressing people's. So I think we can just capture the diversity of viewpoints that folks have expressed, or without having to all agree. So I'm not hearing anyone disagree with that. So I think we can capture that. And especially, thanks to Susan, Carrie, and Mike for the way they've written things up. But I just want to I don't remember this if it came out of my mouth or not. But the last exchange reminded me. I do think what the NIMS and ODFW team is proposing is a kind of a step even more forward than what we've seen in the other areas for the suitability analysis, and I can capture that in writing. But the way that those alternatives, I don't think we've seen something. Well, I shouldn't say, because I haven't paid full attention to the other areas, but I don't know that approach has exactly been tried yet. So I did want to I do hope we highlight that in the statement, and didn't want it to come to a surprise if I hadn't made my mouth. But yeah, main point, I think it would be great if we could capture the range of viewpoints that have been discussed here. Concisely, of course.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong. I think, as a council member, I mean, you're going to hear from some of the ABs, as Susan said. So even if we don't put it in, you be prepared to at least hear it from somebody or some buddies. Anybody else have any thoughts?
Yeah, I want to circle back to. Oh, sorry. Susan.
Yeah, just real quick. I think Corey makes a good point, and I think we can write around that. But as long as we capture some of the discussion and frame it, this is what we discussed. We have it on record. It's being recorded. I think that's sufficient. So, yeah, I'm good with that. But we will have time to review the written, our draft report before it goes into the briefing book, and we can discuss it more then. But yeah, I think we're good on that.
Thanks. Yeah, I agree. I think between everyone's comments, I think sort of characterizing, the issues, the concerns, the opinions of members, and bringing that forward for the council consideration is the way to go here. So thank you for your wise discussion. I wanted to circle back real quick to the potential for commenting on the proposed rule. So that's one of the sections that should go in the report, Mike Conroy, right?
I volunteer you to write it up.
I'd be happy to. I might call you up and ask for your advice after I read the rule.
No, I think, you're right, Carrie. I mean, there's a public comment period deadline on that on the 31st. We should work backwards from that, right? If we're going to submit a comment on that, and I'm not advocating for that, I haven't read it yet. We would want to have a internal draft done by the 10th, right? Or what how would that work, Carrie? If we're going to think this through, let's think it through. We would have to get the council's blessing to do so on the 9th, right? Because that's when we're meeting, unless we can get a feel for folks beforehand on what their thoughts are. I mean, how would we go about that?
Yeah, no, I think you're right to think of it that in those terms. So you're saying the comment deadline is March 31st,
as of today, that is
right?
the public comment deadline, yes.
Yeah, right. So as a first step, we flag it in this report that we're writing. We don't have to go into great detail or anything, but we flag it as something we think we should pursue if after we read through it a little more and learn a little more, and then if we're able to consolidate some thoughts and maybe flesh out some a draft of a letter that we could then bring supplementally before the council, that would be great. And then we have the discussion on the council floor, and the council says, yeah, I like your bullet points or your draft letter or the blurb in your MPC report, and please go flesh out this letter, and we'll go through the quick response process and get it done by March 31st. So I think in very general terms, that would be how it plays out. Everyone's going to be I know I'm super busy between now and the March council meeting, and I'm sure everyone else is too. So I don't know that we'd have a chance to draft up a full letter, supplementally, but as a first step, let's flag it in this MPC report and take it from there. And the timing is actually kind of decent because we'd have a chance to vet it before they're in front of the council, and then take their guidance, and then we'd have 2-3 weeks to finish it. We'd have to get a QR draft back to the council fairly soon, give them at least a week to review and edit, then that would give us another week or so to finish it off and submit it.
Yeah. So just to follow up, in an email earlier today, Priyanka, she's from SBA. SBA is working on a fact sheet for this proposed rule and is hoping to have that ready tomorrow. So that would be stupidly helpful. And certainly we'll share that once we get it. But yeah, I don't think it's an impossible task. But if that is the will of the council, we can do it. I mean, maybe depending upon what it says, maybe we just have a separate, 3 or 4 slides that are dedicated to that proposed rule during our presentation on the 9th. Like have that, I don't want to be a separate topic, but kind of almost be a separate topic.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's all fair play. Speaking of the SBA, they have a public listening session
28th at 11
right?
p.m. at 11 a.m. I don't know that it's been noticed yet, but we got the notice from Priyanka with an agenda to send around. So I will, I have that sitting in my inbox, and I will send that around later on this afternoon to all of us, to the MPC members.
Great. I am making an outline for the MPC report, and it's in the MPC folder. So you guys should all have access to it. So I'm thinking that you could, just type up your sections in Word or whatever you want, and then plunk them in here in the appropriate, under the appropriate header. And so I'm also adding in upcoming meetings, because we always do that. So far I have the Poet Conference, the Floating Offshore Wind Shot, virtual summit, SBA public listening session, and feel free, everyone, please add other stuff that's coming up that we want to share.
On that, Carrie, the California Joint Committee on Fisheries and Aquaculture is holding a offshore wind hearing on March 22nd. I don't have any details on it yet, but I guess I'll wait until there's an agenda and stuff out there, but just want to put that flag in there as well, that's happening in Sacramento on the 22nd of March.
Okay. I put a little placeholder in there.
Sorry, I just thought of that. I should have mentioned that earlier.
Yep. All good. Corey, is your hand up again?
Yep. I'm not following necessarily on it's the modernization rule we're talking about, and if so, maybe I missed our discussion, but Mike O said something like that everything goes out the window depending on that rule. So if we have 2 minutes to explain what we're thinking about this rule, or are you saying we're going to discuss it later in time for March 31st? Time to help the council with a quick response letter type thing.
I'll start, Carrie. I haven't read it yet, Corey. It's 85 pages in Federal Register, double column or triple column nausea. So I haven't read yet. So I'm not willing to fall on the sword yet and say that this is going to completely revamp things. But I have, and I'm going to throw the link to it in the chat again. There are some folks who seem to have that opinion, and some folks that may have read that might have had that opinion. But like I said, I haven't had a chance to read it yet.
Sorry if I said you haven't. Appreciate that, Mike C. Mike O made the comment as well. But yeah, fair enough. And I guess we should all be reading it. And it is hard to read the Federal Register sometimes.
Yeah, I make the mistake of cutting and pasting it into a Word document, and it's like 170 pages long in a Word doc. So it's good fun. Mike O.
Yeah, I mean, reading the whole thing obviously would be the right thing to do, but given our time, it would seem like there might be a few areas where you're going to know pretty quickly if it's how it's structured to achieve modernization, which I think is a synonym for streamlining, which is a synonym for just yanking out whole sections of NEPA and ignoring it, in my mind. But without looking at it, I can't really draw those conclusions. So, but I don't know what we're going to need to read the whole thing. If we find 3 or 4 objectionable items in it, I don't know how many more we need. So anyway, but as always, I'll be waiting for your valued opinions from any and every one of you that's willing to give one. So, so we'll see what we see. But streamlining was being used quite a bit, but I think they dropped that one, and just modernization sounds much more, with it. And yeah, who doesn't want to modernize stuff when they have an opportunity? And in a world where there's a lot of action going on. So, but I'm really afraid of what this could do. We've already seen their EAs, and so far, I don't know how it can even qualify it as an EA. But anyway,
I
I'll be interested to hear what you're thinking of it, Mike, when you get your eyes on it. So, or Carrie, or
Yeah,
Corey,
there,
or
a very quick look. There is streamlining in there. So between Mike and I and whoever else wants to take a look at it, let's get our heads together in Google Doc world and see what we can come up with.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I mean, Mike, you know this, right? When we're reading through this, we can't read it through our lens, right? We've got to read it through the lens of, what the council might want to have to say on something, which is, I'm not saying it's going to be vastly different than our perspectives, but certainly there are going to be some things that we're going to be more inclined to draw a harder line on than say what the council may be able to do. So, when we're reading through this, we have to read it through, the two lenses, right? Our lens, and then the lens of what it is that the council may or may not be willing to say.
Well, Mike, that's certainly true, but I remember Phil Anderson not wanting to do any of this stuff or take time to do it, and almost coming to tears a couple of times talking about the worst threat he's ever seen to the fishing industry. So, I mean, I think they're a willing audience anyway to have things pointed out that are protective of both the fishing and the environment. So,
I'll deny ever having said this, but I think some states are much more concerned than others, and none of those are represented. No offense to Corey or dealing.
I wasn't going to go. I wasn't going to go there.
You're right. North Dakota
It's that damn
has a
Idaho.
different view on all of it. That's yeah. I know those are the states you're talking about. Okay, MPC. I sent you guys a link to Google Doc, which is in the folder, which you should all have access to. It's just the outline for the report. If I'm missing a section, please add it. But I think it has the different sections that we've talked about here. So whoever's going to be authoring these things, you can write it on the side and then paste it in there, or just type straight into the Google Doc, whatever is your preference. Where do we stand here, co-chairs? I can
Yeah,
answer
sorry,
my
I
own
was
question.
I was clicking send
You
on
want
that the roundtable announcement to all of you, so you should have that. I'm
Thank
good.
you.
Are you good?
Yeah, I think we have our assignments, and I think we've talked through, the important things we needed to talk through today. Let's see.
Do we need to talk about
Yeah, I
the
think
actual meeting itself, or do we just wait and kind of be more adaptive to how things are going? And then secondarily, what about our meeting in 3 weeks?
Yeah, we have a meeting.
You know
in
what,
3
Carrie,
weeks.
now that I'm thinking of it, maybe we add a topic on our agenda 3 weeks from now, a discussion about that rule. Maybe it's internal. Maybe it's only an internal discussion. But then, at least it puts kind of a deadline on us to have read it, right, and develop some thoughts on it, and then, we can have a conversation about it and see if it's something that we want to recommend that the council weigh in on or not. Just an idea.
Yes, that is fine. And I think we should also put something in this report. There's a summary, there's a press release that Bohm put out that gives the talking points. And, I suggest that we do a scan of it. And like I said, we need to at least flag this, and that's we take a look and we're like, oh yeah, no, this has nothing to do with, the council won't care, which I doubt very much. So anyway, let's flag it in this report. We can talk about it on February 23rd. That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, and then
in more detail.
When does the council meeting start? Is like the 3rd?
This for the 4th, March 4th, Saturday.
So now I'm really going to freak myself out. If we meet on the 23rd, we're not gonna have
Yeah.
a week to put together a report, vet it, and submit it, right?
Yeah. Correct. Yeah, that's I would revert to what I said before, which is we flag it in this, we do a quick look now, we flag it, maybe put in some bullet points, and then over the next, 2 or 3 weeks, we take a closer look. If we get a chance to draft up, some bullet points or conclusions, then we can do that. We can bring that in supplementally to the March council meeting. And we can also have a discussion on the 23rd. I don't think we should just table it until the 23rd. Not that that's what you were proposing. But, I don't think we should anticipate, talking about it on the 23rd and then turning around and cranking out a, fully fleshed out letter for council consideration to throw in front of them, during the meeting. Let's not do
No,
that.
my mind went to having a paragraph or two written up by the 23rd for us to consider on this. And it certainly wouldn't be a proposed comment letter by the council, but just more of a report on what this thing does and doesn't do. So that way we don't have to have, and then we can discuss it and bless it here or not. And, at least we'll be able to hit the ground running on getting something submitted in a timely fashion so that it's actually helpful. Or did I lose you?
No, I'm here. I'm chewing.
We don't
on
have to
that.
make a decision today, but it's something.
Yeah. Let's see how that plays out. And for the time being, let's take a look at the rule, write up a blurb in this report, and take it from there.
I'm hoping we can borrow
Okay.
from the SBA's fact sheet and attribute it to them, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, I think between that and the press release and the rule itself, we should be able to grab some, we should be able to ascertain very quickly what the, the highlights are or the lowlights, whatever they are. The lights. Okay. Anyone else on the MPC or anyone else? Final comments before we adjourn here. Okay, then I'll turn to Mike and Susan and let you guys give any final words, and you can adjourn the meeting.
Hey, Carrie, I don't have anything else except thanks for a great discussion and good questions. And I think last week when I talked with Doug Boren and he said, I think you're going to be surprised or, at the amount of fisheries data included. I was, and I think it's really good data. I think that's a real positive step forward. And it's very helpful to the process. I just wish we could have had it 2 years ago, but it's not worth looking backwards, but I think it was just a really good discussion today. So thanks to everybody for getting online and joining us in the discussion.
Yeah, to ditto what you said, Susan, and thanks to Delia, Karen, Lila. I'm going to pick on my state again, right? I mean, I look at what's been produced to inform this process off Oregon and comparing it to what came out from California. It's just, from what I've seen, and I think I've said this before, what the folks in Oregon are doing to support their fisheries, I think is a model that should be replicated elsewhere. And if there's a way that we can say that nicely in our report without throwing Idaho and North Dakota under the bus, I'm all for it. Carrie.
Throw them under the bus. Idaho and North Dakota, that is. No, not Idaho. They're in the council. Just North Dakota.
Fair enough.
Okay, yeah, I concur. Thank you, everyone. You guys put in a huge amount of work and effort. Delia and Lila and, you know, Karin and all the BOEM staff and NCOS, and we just really appreciate everyone who contributed. So I guess we're going to adjourn this meeting and put together our report, right?
Here, here. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Yep.
All right.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Bye.
Thanks, Carrie.
Okay.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks, everybody.